Just fixing my chair. Hi, y'all. Welcome. It's Monday. Man, have I just been watching the craziest clips. Today is going to be out of control on the People's Receipts. Welcome to episode 33 of the People's Receipts. Sorry, my ADHD chair. I feel like it's moving, or it did move. Give me 1 second. Okay, we are live. Why can't I see the chat? Give me 1 second. I just need to find the Twitch chat. There we go. Okay. I don't know why it does that. Okay, got it. Thank you for sharing the live. Can we all share the live with like 10 people? Share the live. Just push the arrow button. If you don't have 10 people to share it with, just push the copy link button. Sorry, we are starting a little bit late. It has to do with my dog bite. I'm still trying to connect with animal control. They actually came to my house on Saturday, but I was running and we've been missing each other and leaving messages. So it's a nightmare. So hopefully by the end of day today, I will have spoken with the sergeant. I guess that's her title. She's a sergeant for animal control. She has left me some serious messages. I guess she can't legally contact like the person whose dog has actually bit me until I give my statement. I've called her like 4 times. I'm trying my best, but it's hard. So anyways, I'll call her again right after this. I left her a message and said I would do that. Thank you for sharing the live, Jenna. Happy Monday to everyone. We have so much stuff to get into. Hey, Starfire. Hey, Kraken on Twitch. Good morning, Steph on YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. I love having so many more monitors. It is so much nicer. Oh, wait. I forgot. I need to do one more thing. And then we are going to get started. I forgot. Oh, yes. And I forgot illusion of choice. There's only 83 people. Well, on TikTok, there's like 100 and something people on all the lives right now. I forgot illusion. Thank you for the Twitch bits on Friday. I appreciate that. I just saw that you sent those when I refreshed my Streamlabs thing. I didn't see them. If anyone sees illusion in the chat later, remind me. I want to make sure I thank him for those. Bits are like the currency on Twitch. I'm just getting used to it. Okay, let me pull this up. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. Sorry. We have so many things to discuss. I feel like I'm forgetting something I need to say. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah. Regular announcements. I think we are at, I believe, 245 subscriptions. My goal is to get to 275 today. This is for TikTok. Again, we can subscribe on Twitch. We can do memberships on YouTube, which those are amazing too. I just, I hemorrhaged subscriptions. I used to have like 650 on TikTok, but then TikTok left the app store and it was super hard to figure out how even to renew them. Oh my God, these ridiculous fraud text messages. Have you guys been getting these, like the ones that say, what are they? Like, oh, someone, like something about like I used to live in Florida. They're like weird things about toll passes and yours have been stolen. And then the one I just got was like, there has been illegal activity on your Chase account and it has been frozen. It's like, why are you sending me an email from a Hotmail account about Chase fraud? And by the way, I have a Chase account, but I don't use it. So it's like, these things scare me. Sorry, I just read it. You owe money on tolls from a Hotmail. Yes, that is what I keep getting. I think it's because if you lived in a state ever where there were tolls, they somehow like know that and are targeting you. But it's like, I live in Phoenix. It's like, what? Stop sending. Oh, you got one in Ohio. Yeah. It's like, what? It's like, I lived in New York for like 6 months and I lived in where I had a sun pass for like a year, like years and years ago. So please stop sending me these text messages. But I can only imagine like Thank God I'm still young enough to understand that this is fraud. Because if you just click on them, they're like phishing scams. I've like seen so many horror stories about things that happen, like you give people little bits of information, or it's just you click on it and then people have access to stuff. It's scary. Don't click on anything. And also, like, don't send me a text message from a Hotmail account. Like, that would be what? It's very strange, but I'm surprised my parents haven't fallen a victim to it. I do like trainings for my parents sometimes about like, don't click on anything. Good thing like narcissists are like, very prone to not believing anything. So it's hard to scam my parents. My mom assumes people are scamming her, like even kind people. She's just like, it's a scam. Okay, that being said, I still have my Hotmail. What is Hotmail? Is it MSN? I can't even remember. I remember when Hotmail was like all the rage, but now when I see a Hotmail, I'm like, basically that's on the same level as like AOL to me. I'm like, if you have an AOL, I want to know why. My gift goal isn't available. Oh, sorry. Let me look into that. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. I'm trying to remember to keep updating, and because I've been doing a lot of, like the more I update the gift goal and set like little goals and we meet them, I think the better we'll index in the algorithm. So do remind me to like reset the gift goals. That actually really helps me. I need all the reminders I can because I'm doing 20 million things. Shuck it. I see you. I don't have the patience for it. I already debated on Friday. I debate after I ended the live. I debated for like 3 more hours on Friday. I don't know. You might know that or you might not. The replay is available on YouTube, but it is mind-boggling. These people just don't even know. If you have AOL, you should start trying to scam people from your AOL account. Whoever just someone said they have AOL, that's awesome. Can we still make AOL emails? I might start making AOL emails. Thank you for the galaxy. I know right now I need to update the gift code because I'm pretty sure we just met it. I'm going to do that and then we're going to get this party started. Have you guys seen this video of like Elmo leaving his child? Wait, let me make sure I do this. Gifts? Yes, I knew we needed to update it. Okay, got it. Okay, I did it. Did something, me doing something. Okay. Yeah. Well, and we'll get into why I'm showing this. Like, I have brought this up before that like Elmo is like I'm just gonna say like what I understand it, but it's like I don't want to say a cult, but it's this like, you can read about it. There are very wealthy people that believe like they're very intelligent and they're like, oh my God, what is my phone doing? I'm sorry. It's like switching around. Maybe the presentation is finally updating. They believe that like they're I can't say that word. Like I'm trying to like their job is to reproduce as many times as possible. Like Elmo did not come up with this idea. Like what they're called is like breeders or whatever. And there are different types of these groups of people. Like not everyone is super wealthy, but there are like groups of the super wealthy that believe because they're like Nepo babies and because, they believe that their genes should be propagated. Like that's what Elmo's doing. He's basically having children with anyone who will have children with him. But there are also like, let me give you, I wish I'll look up the documentary and tell you guys tomorrow because I cannot remember. But one of the people in this terrifying documentary was on 90 Day Fiance. And I was like, oh my God, I recognize this guy and you think you're dating him. Like there's a lot of people that can't conceive naturally or whatever. So there are these men who are obsessed with having children, like propagating their genes as many times as they can. And they like have extremely high SPERM counts, like they take vitamins and stuff. And you can basically contact these people on social media accounts, like on Facebook and women who cannot get pregnant naturally like some of them see these people as like godsends, but I'll give you an example. Like there is this huge documentary that came out because one of these guys that's doing it basically like tainted the gene pool in the Netherlands. Like that is he has over, I think in the Netherlands and neighboring Scandinavian country, like over 1,000 children. And it has literally tainted the gene pool. Like they're terrified that like these children are going to reproduce, and it's crazy. And now they've like this guy and like his little crew of like breeders. I can't, if anyone remembers, it was a Netflix documentary, and put it in the chat because I just can't remember the name, but it will blow your mind. So I'm just giving you an idea of what Elmo is a part of. And like now they're in Kenya because there's a lot of like African women who like I guess, and they're doing this in Kenya. And one of these guys, not the main one from the Netherlands, but one of his friends who's also in Kenya with him doing this, was on 90 Day Fiance, and I was like, what in the actual is no, it's nothing like the Mormons. It's not. It's truly not like the Mormons. Like in the Mormon, I'll give Mormons credit. Like they are responsible for their own children. This is not like that. I'm saying they travel all around the world and just they either make sperm donations and just give it to people, or even these guys like actually have sex with these women. It's extremely disturbing, and it's nothing like just being part of like a religion that tells you to procreate. It is so much more, it's awful than that. Yeah. It's no, not the Lost Boys where they like kick out men. That's completely different. It's not that. It's not. I know what that is, but that has to do with something different. That has to do with polygamy. This has nothing to do with that. This is just, there are people out there who just decide as many children as I can have, like I'm going to, and they have figured out a way to do it. They have hundreds and hundreds, and in extreme cases, thousands of children. Anyways, this is what Musk believes about himself. And this will make sense. I'm just going to show you this clip, which I thought it was funny. The so-called genius forgot his human shield, which is basically what he is doing, and I'll show you what I mean by that. He's like bringing a kid everywhere, right? Which now he's in a crazy custody dispute, but I just want to show you this clip first because I think it's funny. Oh, wait, is it not here? Hold on, let me find it. Where is my... I know I have the clip. Oops. Sorry. Oh, yes, the presentation updated. Thank God. Sorry, Apple has been working slowly between devices. Here it is. Okay. Let me make sure I don't play it too. It's muted. Well, actually, I guess you do want to hear the lady who's like, hey, you forgot your child. So, do you see this kid? This is his child who he just forgets is there and like leaves without. Wait, I'm not sure if I'm enlarging it too much. If I am and he's out of frame, I'll start it over.
I don't have too many, but that one is a good one. Now, I watched this rocket come down about 3 months ago. You're leaving your little boy. And I think it's the phone.
So he like leaves his kid behind. Well, it just walks away and forgets about his kid. I don't even know. Like Musk doesn't have too many children, but I mean, it's who knows at this point. Like, and he's not necessarily in relationships with these women. I think some of them are conceived through IVF, some through other ways, but like, it's just weird, right? And let me just wait. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's what it is. Why is this here? Hold on. I want to make sure I have the right... Sorry. Oh, I left the presentation. I was like, what now? Where is it? Hold on one second. Let me just go back into the presentation and find what I want to show you about his latest custody case, which this is what happens when you do this stuff. Like, this is what happens to you. Weird stuff. Here we go. Wait. Sorry, hold on. I left it again. Here we go. Okay. So I just was showing you that example because I think it's crazy. It just shows like Elon Musk just sees his children as numbers. Like if you could leave one behind while walking. Like when I was a teacher, I can't fathom just forgetting that I'm like on a field trip with children, just walking away from a toddler. Keep tapping the screen, tap the screen. We should be at 50K. Like keep tapping. You guys are doing an amazing job. Well, it's slowing down, but tapping is clapping. Okay. So Elon Musk's lawyers responded to a filing by his new baby mama. So if you don't know who Ashley St. Clair is, I invite you to look her up. Like she's a MAGA influencer. I don't have any sympathy for Elmo in this situation, but you could just think whatever you want. But she's a MAGA influencer who Elmo has fathered a child with. And like this has been pretty widely reported. That's why I'm a little bit confused now why all this is happening. Cause like I think they announced it like everybody knew that this was his latest like breeder procreation. But so anyways, his lawyers are now filing this stuff, basically saying Ashley St. Clair, because she's filing a paternity suit basically in court, a paternity and child support lawsuit against him. And Musk is now accusing Ashley St. Clair of a pregnancy plot. Like, then everyone filed legal documents against Musk. Musk is what do you mean? You are literally going around to anyone. Like Musk is just like Nick Cannon. Like anyone that he deems like worthy of having a child with him, he basically tries to trap into pregnancy. So it's very weird that he's in court documents accusing someone of something that he is actively doing all the time. Like this is so weird. It's like, that's what you're doing to every woman you come in contact with. And like, if you don't know about this in Elmo, you can Google this stuff. Like he'll make these weird comments like, oh, like I would give her a baby. Like, I'm pretty sure he said it about like Taylor Swift, like super weird stuff. So I don't know why I mean, whatever, you'll see why he's saying it though. So to entrap him after he's doing this to like any woman who will have a kid with him. No, like I don't think everyone's getting it. This is not about like, look up what Nick Cannon is doing. It's the same thing. It has nothing to do with being in a relationship. These are pregnancies and children being produced with the belief that like he's the richest man on earth and he believes that his genes should be spread as much as possible. It has nothing to do with being in a relationship. He's not in a relationship with any of these people. It's the same thing Nick Cannon is doing. It's like, you could call them open relationships or you could call them not relationships. Like, it's just the goal of like having as many children as possible before you unalive. It's nothing to do with being in relationships. So, okay. So to entrap him, which he says she planned for years to get impregnated by him for financial reasons. Wait, am I going the wrong way? No, I don't think so. As part of the filing, Musk posted, so this is crazy, like her friend basically turned on her, is what it sounds like in these court documents. So as part of the court filing, Musk is posting messages between St. Clair and another MAGA influencer. Yeah, none of these people have any morals or ethics, so why am I not surprised? But I just find it very hypocritical that Musk, whose self-proclaimed goal is to have as many children as possible, he's now upset that he's having children. It's weird. So Isabella Moody, who has turned on her friend to side with Musk, quote, I wasn't going to post these, but now that Ashley St. Clair has leaked her private Signal messages with Elon Musk after lying and saying she wanted privacy, here's more evidence Ashley planned to trap Elon. She sent me these text messages in May 2023 when she first met Elon and started sleeping with him. So I guess this is not through IVF, just to be clear, but some of his kids are. In her filing, St. Clair, because all she's asking for is just a paternity test, because he's like dodging her essentially. And she's like, I am absolutely sure this is his kid, which if it is, it does not, none of this matters if this is your kid. Like you could say, oh, she planned to do this or whatever. If you're having sex with this woman and you take a paternity test and it's your kid, yeah, they're both pygmies. Thank you. I think thank you. Jay Monet. I think that's the fair. That's why I'm so like disturbed by this. It's like, yeah, you guys both wanted this. Stop. It's just what a waste of time. Keep tapping the screen. Tapping is clapping. And can we share the live? We need to get some more people up in here. Share the live, tap the screen, subscribe, gift, whatever. So, in her filing, all she's saying is like she's requesting a paternity test since Musk refuses to publicly acknowledge it. Quote, I did not have sexual intercourse with any other male during the time the child was conceived. I am requesting an order for genetic testing to determine the paternity of the child. Sounds like it's his kid. And wait till you hear some of these texts. Like, oh my God. Her filing included texts from Musk to St. Clair on why he wouldn't come to see his baby. Quote, I get credible unaliving threats every day. I'm number 2 after Trump for, being unalived. If I make a mistake on security, he will never know his father. Really? Are you kidding me? Please. St. Clair asked him why he refused to sign the birth certificate. Musk responded, necessary for now. Only the paranoid survive. The threat level. I can't even read this. The threat level will reach insane levels. Loose lips sink ships. What? Exactly. The old, I'm an MI5 agent. I was just watching a movie where someone was like pretending to be an MI5 agent for years. That's what this is giving. Sorry, I can't take responsibility for my kid because I'm an MI5 agent. Perfectly normal stuff. Good thing he isn't running the government. Like, this is what Elmo is up to. Like, what? And saying, I'm going to be unalived, so I can't take responsibility for having sex with a MAGA influencer. This is great for your kid to see. While he's like, leaves that other kid behind and forgets him, which I love. That's how people at X refer to it when Elmo brings his kids places, as human shields. Which, I mean, that's neither here nor there, but yeah. Isn't that what they tried to crucify Hunter Biden for? Oh yeah. Remember, like, the irony knows no bounds, and it's worse with him because that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you don't understand like what he's doing, look up what Nick Cannon is doing. Like, he believes in similar things. Just like, I'm a genius. As many children as I can have, I should have, because people, these kids would be so lucky to have my genes, basically. And it's like, now he's did this and now he's like, oh, I can't go see my kid because security reasons. But anyways, and then just to like, and Washington Post is reporting that, and I hope I'm saying this right, Leland obviously, but Dudek, who was just named the head of the Social Security Administration, was under investigation for improperly sharing information with Musk's Doge people when he got the promotion. So remember, like, the head of Social Security resigned because they're like, this is crazy. Like, Musk is accessing private information he has no legal business accessing. And then the people and then the guy that's now in interim charge of Social Security, who has no business, he's a random guy from the IT department who was secretly, allegedly, what the Washington Post is implying was that this guy, Leland Dudek, was secretly shoveling information about Social Security to Elmo. The people who then were trying to investigate Dudek were fired. And Dudek was put in charge of the agency, despite the fact he is completely unqualified. Dudek was an IT data analyst who was working in a small anti-fraud office. There were several dozen more senior members of the agency to Dudek when he was promoted by 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 them to Doge, I moved contractor money around to add data science resources to add data science resources to my anti-fraud team. I confessed. I asked where the fat was, and it is in our contract so we can make the right tough choices. Gross. Just more corruption, whatever. And on to what I think is one of the worst things to ever happen. If you don't know who Dan Bongino is, I suggest everybody familiarize yourself with him. If you think that Kosh Patel is crazy, meet someone probably, and how could I even think this? But I'm serious. He's like 20 times crazier than Kosh Patel. He is now, Kosh Patel is number 2 at the FBI. This guy, the deputy director of the FBI, has traditionally been someone who has worked in the FBI. He's never worked in the FBI. He worked like briefly for the Secret Service and was accused of all sorts of things. This man just basically 24 hours a day spreads misinformation and disinformation. Like, there have been data, like statistical analysis done about like how people were indoctrinated on Facebook, and it was due to like links to Dan Bongino stuff. That was completely, it's just lies, right? Like every 6 months, for instance, he always says the world is ending. Like, do you remember when like, what was it like? I can't even remember, like, was Kennedy coming back or something? Like John F. Kennedy, or like, this is the stuff Dan Bongino says. And then he like sells his people like doomsday prepper stuff. He's out of his mind. This is now the second guy in charge of the FBI behind Kash Patel. We should be very, very worried about this. I just cannot express it enough how disturbing this is. Like, and so I can't remember if maybe I included this in a clip or not, but I was reading that someone basically said, oh, this is like the biggest FU to the Senate Republicans. Like, that's what it is. When you bend over backwards for Trump, it never stops, right? Like, they installed some unqualified wacko, Kosh Patel, and now it's not like Trump stops there and is like, oh, you gave me what I want. Now I'll stop. No, it just gets worse and worse and worse, right in the woo-ha thing. Exactly. That's exactly right. Bongino is a former Secret Service agent and NYPD officer. Oh, great. Another corrupt police officer who mounted several unsuccessful bids for Congress before pivoting his focus to media commentary with the launch of his own website in 2019, podcast and radio show, filling a slot once held by Rush Limbaugh. Bongino has never served in the FBI, breaking a long-standing tradition of the role of deputy director being occupied by a career agent of the Bureau. So now we have someone completely unqualified in Kosh Patel and some guy who has no idea how to even do the job. That's exactly what Trump wants. To just completely dismantle any agency that could ever hold him accountable for anything. In his role as a leading pro-Trump podcaster, Bongino has advanced baseless theories about the FBI, including a claim earlier this year that the Bureau lied when it announced it still had not identified a suspect in the placement of those pipe BOMBS, outside of the Republican National Committee and Democratic National Committee a day before the January 6th Capitol riot. In January, yeah, because I showed you these videos. They released more information and data saying that the person is 5'6", and I was like, sorry, Margaret is 5'2". It can't be her. But I was showing you guys the videos and showing you who like a lot of people think it is, and it's not a Democrat. Just to be clear, it's someone who's friends with Alex Jones. Like, and we were kind of going over it. Yeah. So anyways, he just spreads lies after lies after lies. Bongino was among the Trump loyalists who perpetuated conspiracy theories regarding the 2022 search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago property for classified documents, suggesting the search was an attempt by President Joe Biden's administration to unalive Trump. Everyone involved in this DOJ FBI abomination, this is a quote from him, from the management down to the agents must be immediately terminated when the tyrants are thrown out of office. So every lie, right? Trump lies 24 hours a day now. Nothing Trump says is true. And this is a guy who backs up every single outrageous conspiracy theory that the election was stolen, that Trump having classified documents is a conspiracy to unalive. I mean, you name it. Like, this guy makes Kash Patel look sane. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Truly, he makes Kash Patel look sane. Bongino will be one of nearly 24 former Fox News personnel in Trump's administration. 24 now. Fox News, former Fox News personnel in Trump's administration. A list that includes Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Transportation Secretary and failed reality TV star Sean Duffy, and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. Trump similarly staffed his first administration with several of the network's employees. This is crazy. I want to show you a clip. Trump is now, I forgot about this one. Trump is now just spitting in the face of the Senate, in the face. Oh yeah, this is what I was telling you. It was Chris Murphy. I was like, I know I read this and I couldn't remember where I read it from. It was Chris Murphy, Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut. He said, Trump is now just spitting in the face of Senate Republicans because he knows he owns them. I could not agree more. Bongino's career is conning people. The Dems are a safety threat and selling them junk to prep for war. Yeah, that's what he does. He tells his own followers the world is ending and then sells them like doomsday prepping supplies. Owning the libs is a lifestyle, he says. The new deputy FBI director, everyone. I mean, it is bad. This is Trump's post about it. Like, ugh, gross. Like, literally, the head of our DOJ, Pam Bondi, was at CPAC spewing conspiracy theories all weekend. She's a whack job. Literally, these are supposed to be impartial people applying the law, and she's at CPAC giving all her personal wacko conspiracy theory ideas. Like, anyways. Fred Wellman, who I love, he's like, this guy is a monster, which is an understatement. Oh, wait, I think I have two versions. This one's longer. Wait, is it? Oh.
The only thing that matters is what? Chat. What matters? Anyone? Power. Power. You can see what I'm mouthing. Power. That is all that matters. No, it doesn't, Dan. We have a system of checks and balances. That's a good one. That's really funny. We do. After the election, we may get the House back by 5-10 votes. Then we can pick a different speaker. He says, but this is not the time. Yes, sir. It is not the time.
He's basically talking about at the end there, like they all hate Mike Johnson, like on the far right. Like he's in. If you look at his eyes, yeah, like he's going through like a midlife crisis slash like roid rage slash like God knows what else. Like we should be very. I'm telling you, this man makes Kaj Patel look sane. I cannot express that enough. How disturbing this truly is for our country. We should be very, very, very concerned that this guy he's the number 2 at the FBI. The point is to burn it all down. Keep tapping the screen.
So this is what they're doing. This is why Clarence Thomas has been speaking out about the national restraining orders. How a judge in New York can give a restraining order for a congressional district in Wyoming is ridiculous. Clarence Thomas has been warning about this forever. This A. Muse on Twitter is talking about this lawfare too. How this Obama-appointed judge threatened Trump and his team with arrest if they don't restore every dime of funding that have been paused or canceled. Folks, my recommendation is Donald Trump.
Yeah, and by the way, the majority of judges that have issued these injunctions are Trump judges, Reagan judges. Like these are not like this is just one example he had to act like, oh, they're all like Biden appointees. They're not. Or Obama judges or whatever. They're not. These are Republican judges. From what I've seen, the majority of them that have ruled. I mean, there's some that aren't, but the majority are. So to sit there and say, oh, yeah, these are all like federal judges appointed by Democrats, they are not.
Trump should ignore this.
Trump should ignore this. Number 2 in charge of the FBI. Trump should ignore the federal judiciary, whose job it is to limit power in the executive branch. The checks and balances he was just laughing about in the last clip. This is our deputy director of the FBI saying, ignore the federal judiciary, whose job it is to be a check and balance on executive power run amok.
Is obviously not acting constitutionally at all. It should be ignored. Demand resuming all, but you can't order the executive to spend. I mean,
that is exactly what their job is. I just need to be clear. Dan Bongino is the number 2 in charge of the FBI and has no concept of what the Constitution says. That is the job of the federal judiciary, to limit the power, to be a check and balance against the executive branch, to interpret the Constitution and say, here are the limits of the power in the executive branch. That is literally the job if you have read the Constitution.
Effectively usurp the power of the executive. Now, before I get to the next, I'm going to play you a video by Crazy. Big Balls McGroin is here. Big Balls. I knew we had one. I knew it. I was thinking about this on the Monday show. I'm like, we better have a Big Balls McGroin, or the McGroin army's losing their influence, man. Thank you. You guys, I knew the McGroins would be there. I knew. You guys and ladies are the best. That's fantastic. Folks, threatening with arrest. Who's going to arrest them? The marshals? You guys know who the U.S. Marshals work for? Department of Justice. That is under the, executive branch. Donald Trump's going to order his own arrest and his team. This is ridiculous.
This man, who's now number 2 in charge of the FBI, is basically saying that Trump is a king. He's obviously has no working knowledge of the Constitution or is a pathological liar, one or the other, and is saying the federal judiciary has no power to check the executive branch. That's their job. It's their literal job. Read the Constitution. Maybe Dan can't read. I've worried about that for quite some time.
Let me ask you this. So you got a lot
of give some background on this. Like I was going to show you guys it's Monday. So on Friday, but we didn't get to it. Like, if you don't know who James Carville is, he kind of looks like James Carville is like a political strategist. He's from like Louisiana, like the backwood. You'll hear his Louisiana accent, right? And he's more of like a moderate Democrat. Sometimes I've thought, like, I don't know what he is, like he's just, people that have been in politics so long and are highly intelligent, they really show no emotion about politics. And they're just like, they're looking at numbers and like playing a game. James Carville is very smart. Like, so I'll just say that. Like, and James Carville, like, he was on Hannity last week, which I could show you guys some of the clips. James Carville, like, went on Hannity's show and just was like, hey, do you guys still have any fact checkers? You want to hear some facts? Is there anyone that can confirm that what I'm saying is true? Because I watch people out here, like, just saying whatever they want. Like, it was hilarious. But anyways, this is him talking to Dan Abrams about, like, which I agree. I mean, the next month of the Republic of what Trump is trying to do, which is basically rob the country blind and steal from us, steal 88, 88, steal an insane amount from Medicaid, steal an insane amount from SNAP, to all pay for these tax cuts, which, don't worry, I have clip after clip of this. We're going to see a lot of clips about this, but to basically pay for, tax cuts primarily for the rich. Like, we are going to go trillions of dollars. Like, I believe they're going to increase the deficit by like 4 trillion or 3 trillion to pay for tax cuts that he promised rich people. And James Carville is basically talking to Dan Abrams about, like, here's what I think our strategy should, what the strategy should be.
Let me ask you this. So you got a lot of Democrats who have been sort of yelling and screaming about a lot of these nominations, and in some cases, I think rightly so, and in other cases, I think it's been a bit overwrought. But, it seems that the angrier Democrats get, the more it feeds into exactly what Donald Trump and Elon Musk and some of these other folks want. Meaning, Fox News plays sound bites of Democrats' heads exploding as sort of sport. So what should they do from a media or political perspective?
Well, okay, I'm going to tease a piece I'm pretty sure will be coming out that I'm doing in the New York Times, probably Monday or Tuesday, but sometimes they'll kill it. But what I've said very publicly, the Democrats need to play possum. This whole thing is collapsing. It doesn't need Elizabeth Warren and somebody screaming to pacify some progressive advocacy groups in Washington, which, by the way, I wish these people were just useless. They're actually worse than useless, that they're detrimental. And they never, ever learn to shut up. And so, Dan, this is...
I don't agree with this, because if you look at polling, right, the actual constituents don't think there's enough people in Congress yelling. I also don't like how they choose Elizabeth Warren, because I think this is a tendency of white males to just act like women are screaming hysterically when really they're just talking, right? Like, if a man was talking, just like he was last week on Hannity's show, yelling at Hannity or, challenging him over and over and over. Well, should you be playing possum or should you be screaming on Fox News? Like, that's what you are doing. So I am just playing devil's advocate to what he is saying. Right? Like, I actually don't agree. I think if you look at a lot of hyper local polling that's going on, like, constituents are saying, where is everyone? Like, I want to hear people standing up. And specifically when it comes to Elizabeth Warren, like, her life's work was the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, whose only purpose in life was to protect us from predatory banks and predatory lenders and overdraft fees and fraud that was perpetrated on the average American person. I just was watching a clip, which I've just had it with Trump. Every word out of Trump's mouth is a lie. 24 hours a day, if Trump is speaking, I used to say, like, oh, there's a kernel of truth in this. I can't even find kernels of truth anymore. He said that people have been calling him crying banks, saying, thank you for getting rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They were being terrorized by it. We're talking about billionaires who owed banks saying we were being terrorized. Again, the only purpose of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was to protect us against fraud. Right? They had, I think it's like 88 billion they had saved the American people against fraud being perpetrated against us. And Trump is sitting there being like, "You're welcome. I got rid of it." The only people that was that were protecting us, he got rid of. And he says bankers are calling him with tears in their eyes. Like,
what I believe that this administration, in less than 30 days, in the midst of a massive collapse, in particularly a collapse in public opinion. Della Volpe at Harvard, who's very good. I used to think, once I saw a Harvard youth poll, I discounted it. I've come to say it's a pretty damn good poll. Pretty good guy. He's gone from 53 approval to under 30 to 39. That's a collapse. And all we need to do, the analogy I use, is Pickett is 500 yards from the stone wall. Hold your fire. It's going to be easy pickings here in 6 weeks. Just lay back.
like, what does that say? Like, don't interrupt a circular firing squad. Like, let the Republicans. I do agree. Like, and one of the sections, like, probably the largest section we're going to look at today is what I call, when town halls attack. I do agree that, like, in a way, I think that Democrats, especially in Congress, need to continue in the media doing what they're doing, is spreading information, because I think what they're doing by being in the media and this rapid response team and putting out these videos and explaining, here is how you're being defrauded, has helped all these people now show up at town halls, which primarily, these are Republican held districts. These are like gerrymandered districts, like the McCormick district. We were watching that town hall on Friday. That is like, Trump by 30 type district. It is. So I do think the Democrats are doing a good thing, putting out tons of easily digestible information. Here's how you're being robbed by Elmo every single day. And that's now, I do fully believe, like, this is a Republican circular pew pew firing squad. They're all going to unalive each other, right? Like, we are literally watching Republican Congress people being eaten alive by their Republican constituents. And what is Trump doing? Ignoring it. And I'll show you the clips. Like, reporters are asking him about it. And what is he doing? Pathologically lying and being like, I have the greatest polling numbers ever. No, you don't. You have the worst polling numbers since the 50s. Quite literally, the worst. It is indisputable. You are sinking, sir. But instead of actually acknowledging the absolute shit show and stopping the bleeding, right? He's just hanging Republican Congress people. And these are predominantly Republican districts where Republicans are showing up saying, why did we elect you? Why don't you grow a spine and stand up to this man for us? And they're doing nothing. So I do agree. I think the education needs to continue. People need to understand what's happening. And that requires somebody to wade through the absolute flood of information and make it more palatable for them. But yeah, this is going to come down to people pushing back and saying, what are you doing? And if I'll let him tell it, because I actually agree with this part.
You literally think 30 days to 6 weeks, the Trump administration is effectively going to collapse in terms of public support?
Well, it's collapsing right now. We're in the midst of a collapse. This is the lowest approval, not even close, that any president has ever had at a comparable time. Again, that's a provable fact. So they're not going to be able to get a debt extension. That's pretty clear. I don't think they're going to be able to pass reconciliation, but I'm not sure. But they're going to have to go to Hakeem. And that is going to be the equivalent of stacking arms. It's over. We can't go without you. And I think the House Democrats, and this is going to shock a lot of people, I think they know exactly what they're doing, and they know exactly what's going to happen. And I've never been a sick fan. I think Democrats make a lot of mistakes, but I think these guys know what's coming and they know how they're going to handle it. And Mike Johnson's going to have no other choice. He's going to have to go. And when he does, that's surrender.
And then they're going to oust Mike Johnson. I know this is pretty clear, right? Like the Democrats are lining up together. They're not going to give them one vote to get out of the House. The margins are too small, right? There are true believers like, oh my God, now I'm forgetting his name, the libertarian from Kentucky whose wife died, the one that held out to fund the government at Christmas. Why can I not remember? God, I always know that guy's name. Who am I talking about? He's a libertarian. His wife just died. He's a representative from Kentucky. And he basically is like, I have nothing to lose. Like, the best part of me died when my wife died. No, not Ron Paul. He's a monster. And Ron Paul's a senator. He's not in the House. Anyways, Rand Paul is a senator. We're talking about getting the reconciliation bill out of the House. Tuberville is a senator. Joe Manchin is a senator. Those people are not from Kentucky. You guys, wow. Let me just figure it out for myself. Hold on one second. From Kentucky that voted against the before Christmas. Yeah, Thomas Massey. Thank you. Jeff got it. Sorry, I didn't look. Sorry, I was looking down typing for myself. But yeah, Thomas Massey is the right answer, right? Like they put horrific pressure on him, but he's in a gerrymander district. Like not even Trump, like as Thomas Massey said, not even Trump can oust people in Kentucky. Like Kentucky does what Kentucky wants. Okay, the salty beef, so she got it first. There you go. I didn't see who got it first. I was Googling it for myself. But yeah, so there are going to be these true believers, and we talked about the Night of the Long Knives in Germany, 1930s. Like a lot of people think the Night of the Long Knives was actually like Hitler unaliving, his opposition. It wasn't. It was friendlies. It was friendly fire. It was the people that were actually socialists, right? The Schmatzis claimed to be socialists, and there were true believers inside the party that really believed, like, oh, we're going to own our own means of production, and we're all going to share in the wealth. And Hitler didn't believe in any of that. And so he had to off all the true believers, right? And that's what, I always play that clip of Margaret Atwood, who's an effing genius, right? As a historian myself, I learned if Elmo could just get a 4-year physics degree and say he's a scientist, I am the smartest historian to ever live. It's nice how now I realize none of these people are qualified to be anything, so we could all just be whoever we want to be, right? I have a 4-year history degree, and I actually worked as a historical researcher, so I'm on the same level as Ruth Ben-Ghiat. No, just kidding. I would never say that. She's a genius. But Margaret Atwood says, someone should tell the true believers, the real conservatives that don't like what Trump is doing with spending, they will be the first to be offed, right? In the Night of the Long Knives. And so, anyways, this is what he's describing is there's too many true believers on the far right fringe that aren't going to let Trump just blow up the deficit, 4.5 trillion. I mean, it won't end up being 4.5 trillion total added to the deficit, probably closer to 3.5, maybe. It just depends. But that is what they're asking the debt ceiling to be raised to. I mean, it is highway robbery. And I'll show you some graphs because I love Steve Ratner, an economist that works for NBC, and he was putting together some amazing visuals on this. But yeah, they're going to have to go to the Democrats, and the Democrats will not give them one vote. So they'll have to settle it with themselves. But then again, they have been able to do that before. It just depends. But know that the minute any of these Republicans vote for what Trump's doing, they have sold out their own constituents. That's what these people are screaming in town halls. What do you think you're doing? You're going to sell us out. You're going to give up the little health care people have. You're going to give up Medicaid, the weakest and most defenseless, to give billionaires tax cuts. Are you guys crazy? Like, where are your spines? Yeah, I mean, groceries is not necessarily what we're talking about right now, but yeah, groceries have skyrocketed. I mean, that has to do with inflation, right? That's another thing he has not delivered on, right? People are very upset about that, but this vote is what is basically in a month. People are now, you're seeing the protests, you're seeing people realize, like, oh my God, like these people are selling us out to give billionaires these insane tax cuts, and they're screaming about it. But once it happens, I mean, once these votes go through Congress, that, like I said, all of these people need to go. Every single person that votes to sell us out so billionaires could get richer. This is a huge transfer of wealth to the top of the economy. And every single person on board with it needs to be held accountable. It is vile. Oh, and I don't know why I put this in here, but sometimes I just try to lighten the mood. Because they were all saying, you know how Dan Abrams was like, oh, they show clips of like Democrats freaking out. No, they don't. They show clips of AOC stating facts. But if you're a woman and you state facts, I guess you're hysterical. It's the weirdest thing. Yeah, no, that's not what really, I completely take issue with anyone agreeing with that. But here we have here's Megyn Kelly crying her eyes out, and other MAGA weirdos, because the Eagles will not go to the Eagles refuse to go to the White House to celebrate their Super Bowl win, which I respect them for. And now they're like, I can't believe I supported the Eagles. They're not even going to go to the White House. This is the stuff they're crying about. What's like, are you kidding me? Nobody cries more than men. Anger is an emotion. Nobody is more, it's the most base emotion. When babies are screaming, they're angry because they're hungry and they don't have deeper understanding of emotions, right? So they're just like, I'm pissed, I'm hungry, I'm pissed, my diaper needs to be changed. That is men constantly just spewing emotions at us. I'm pissed, the Eagles won't go to the White House. Like, cry harder. What are you talking about? You're being robbed in real time and you're worried about the winners of the Super Bowl not wanting to take a picture with Trump, which anyone can Google this. I just want to say, and I'm just saying this, like Capitol Hill blogs are talking about it. And I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about Republicans, people that have to be close to Trump all the time. You know how it like came up a while back? Like it was Adam Kinzinger who was talking about how like you just don't understand how bad Trump smells until you get near him. Yeah, that whole thing is coming up again. Like Republicans are like, you can't even be near him. He smells so bad. So maybe they just don't want to be near him because he stinks. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Trump does not smell good. Oh, and someone, I can't remember, sorry, who in the comments brought up the stimulus checks, but I do think it's worth mentioning and looking at this because this is, if you ever thought to be pissed off in your life, you're going to be pissed off now. Again, if you want to follow Brian Bias, it's the same on TikTok. It's at Mentally Divine. You can see it right here. We've gone over this a million times. Do not ask me later what his name is. I'm not telling you. You can screenshot this, but this is going to very much upset you. Yeah, I know. I love Brian Bias. He's amazing. So you could follow him on TikTok, on X, like wherever. I get these videos from X. Stop it, fish trucker. I see you. But anyways, this will piss you off. This is real life. I was like doing research into this. Prepare to be very angry. So just understand, this idea of stimulus checks, most people aren't even getting them if it happens. Because, right, like, I just want to explain this to you because, again, the economy is very easy to understand. But what I've realized about MAGA is they have no concept of inflation or basic economics because they could not find their way out of a paper bag, right? The reason is MAGA just loves stimulus checks, right? And they think Trump gave them COVID money or whatever, and that's why they all voted for them because they're idiots. And then they blame Joe Biden for inflation when those checks were extremely inflationary. When you give people thousands of dollars who are in poverty during a pandemic and have no money, it's immediately injected into the economy. They spend it, and that is inflationary. Printing money and injecting it into the economy is what people understand as inflationary. Now Trump's going to do it again because, and I'll let Brian Baez tell it, but not to MAGA, not to poor people. You're not getting
the craziest shit I've ever fucking read. Do you remember when I was telling you about those Doge checks, those $5,000 stimulus checks? Well, now Trump and Elon Musk are saying that low-income Americans are not gonna get the benefits. There's a wealthy CEO by the name of James Fishback. He's the CEO of an investment firm named Azoria. He was the one who created the proposal to send millions of Americans these Doge checks. New reporting is showing that if Trump goes through with his plan, low-income Americans are not gonna receive the benefit. Now, if you're low income, the reason why you're not going to get it is because Fishback said the dividend is only going to households above a certain income threshold, which should ease concerns about inflation. So to be very clear, their position is they're only going to give money to people who make over a certain level of income, because if they give it to everybody, it's going to cause inflation. And instead of giving it to low-income Americans, who are the people who actually need it and would benefit from it, they're saying they only want to give the rebate to households that are net income taxpayers, people who pay more in taxes than they get back. And the reason for that is because tax-paying households, of course, low-income Americans are not tax-paying, but tax-paying households are more likely to save the money, not spend it, like your low-income American ass. Basically saying that high-income Americans are better with their money and that there is nothing inflationary about paying off debts, saving for emergencies, or investing in college or retirement. In fact, debt paydowns are actually deflationary. They think so lowly of you as a low-income American that you're going to go and spend it recklessly so that there's going to be so much inflation so you don't deserve your money. But
just to clarify, it's not reckless, right? It's just saying the majority of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. They have no savings. So if you give them a check, they need things. They could need healthcare. They could need all sorts of things. So that money, that check will be cashed and it will be infused into the economy, which is inflationary, right? Injecting huge amounts of money into the economy. Whenever you print stimulus checks, mail them out, it is inflationary. So it's not really what you spend it on, right? They're saying rich people who have savings, they'll just put it away, right? Or pay down debt. And that's fine. But poor people, they're just going to cash that check and they need to spend it, for food, for healthcare, for things to survive. Yeah, you're exactly. Thank you. Goldfish painter said we just are always trying to catch our breath, right? So yeah, we're just moving money around trying to figure out how to make ends meet. You need this money, and that is inflationary, so you don't get it. Most Americans will not get the money. This is one of the most effed up things. So to the people who are already getting the largest tax cuts, who are saving money, who don't pay the taxes we pay, will get stimulus checks.
it gets better. They want Trump to sign the checks, and the checks should include the word Doge, very simply, because we have to be honest. They want all the credit for the money they're about to send. Y'all, it gets even better. They said, now look, for folks who want to criticize this plan and say, well, Doge is never going to deliver on the $2 trillion total savings, we disagree. But let's just assume that they're right on that. Let's say it's only $1 trillion. Okay, so then the checks go from 5,000 to only 2,500. And let's assume that it's only 500 billion. Then the check is going to be 1,250. That's real money. But in the same breath, they say, I gotta tell you the truth here. It's not necessarily even about the dollar amount. It's about the symbolism of government sending money back in the form of restitution to compensate hardworking Americans. But let me get this straight. Elon Musk and Trump look at high-income Americans as better than you low-income Americans because high-income Americans save their money as opposed to just spending it recklessly, and low-income Americans don't know what to do with their money for real. Therefore, low-income Americans are not going to get $5,000 checks. Number two, they don't even know how much money Doge is even going to save, but it doesn't matter because they don't give a fuck about giving you $5,000, $2,500, $1,250. They only care about getting the credit for sending you money as a symbolic gesture. And three, Trump is going to put his name on the check so he gets all the fucking credit and looks good.
I just want to be clear. First of all, we need to be at 200K by 2 p.m. So we are far, far behind on tapping, also on gifting, subscribing, all the things. This is my Cash App and Venmo. If you would like to support me, basically, I do all of this through your support. Oopsies, sorry, my screen. There we go. My computer screen went dead for a second, so I can't see the outline. And what I want to explain is, I can't tell if you want to know one of the main reasons, and when I am forced to listen to people that have no idea what they're talking about on TikTok, like the nerve of people to debate on TikTok who have never even read an article about anything. The amount of times leading up to the election, people said to me during debates, "Oh, I'm voting for Trump because he wrote me a check. Trump's name was on that stimulus check when I needed it." That is, if you don't believe that held weight with people, right? That Trump signed stimulus check when I had nothing, right? Biden just ruined the economy. No, Trump ran the economy into the ground and Biden fixed it. But MAGA, no, I don't, and I don't want to be cruel, but you guys have no idea you have no idea what you're talking about, nor do you know how the economy works. You don't know how inflation works. You don't know anything about that which you talk about. So you blame it on the wrong person. Nobody added more to the deficit in modern history than Donald Trump. He said tariffs would make up for it. He didn't collect anything. And then the pandemic, right? Like, he tanked our economy, and Biden recovered the best in the G7. But they're like, but I got a check signed by Donald Trump. Like, I heard hundreds of people say this. So this actually has staying power. Like, for people who don't understand, right? Because Trump is going to do it again. Remember, Trump is a lame duck president for a second time. Trump already knows. He already did it once and it worked. He tanked the economy in his first term. Then here comes Biden, handed a literal shit show of garbage. And then people are like, well, Biden's president, this is his fault. No, that's not how the economy works. The economy doesn't turn on a dime, right? Like, it's like a cruise ship, not a speedboat. It takes a long time. Biden literally turned the economy around from less than nothing, from the third largest add to the deficit in history, saved us all, recovered the best of the G7, handed one of the most robust economies in history to Trump, and he's already shitting the bed again. Because all he wants to do is rob us, rob the poor, give to the rich. Huge transfer of wealth to the top, and he fooled them the first time. They all blamed the wrong person. They still believe that is because of Joe Biden, and all you would have to do is read. All you would have to do is be able to do basic math. But they can't. But what Trump is doing now, stealing from them in front of their faces in real time, because he's going to crash the economy. So he has to fire people. He has to steal people's health care. He has to take their SNAP. He has to stop kids from being able to get medical care. He has to stop the elderly from getting medical care. He has to stop the disabled from getting medical care. And that's something he can't get around. But again, I mean, these checks, it worked the first time. I just want to be clear to anyone who's like, oh, it's not going to work. It worked once.
Need to.
Kaylee, any Bond thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the only one who could be Daniel Craig and Sean Connery, in my view, would be Kash Patel if he wants to leave FBI. And I'm sure he'd be in the front row of the theater, Jessica.
I don't know if that's real or not.
Did you guys hear what she's saying? She's saying that the next Bond should be played by Kash Patel. Kaylee McEnany is an idiot, but this has to be. And like, listen to Jessica Tarlov. She's like freaked out. She's like, "Are you kidding?" Like, she doesn't even know what to say. She's like, "What the?"
Need to.
Kaylee, any Bond thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the only one who could be Daniel Craig and Sean Connery, in my view, would be Kash Patel if he wants to leave FBI. And I'm sure you'd be in the front row of the theater, Jessica.
I don't know if that's real or not.
No, Kash Patel for Bond.
That's your type?
Yes, that's my
Sean
type.
watching?
Let's go.
Yeah. Stay right there. Fan Mail Fridays up next.
Oh, I just thought I'd show you that before I show you this. And here's our fearless FBI director.
For entrusting me, Pam. Oh man, this is effing crazy.
Yes, it is. We all think that. We all think it's effing crazy. But the fact that's what you say is very strange.
Look, I know the media's in here, and if you have a target, that target's right here. It's not the men and women at the FBI. You've written everything you possibly can about me that's fake, malicious, slanderous, and defamatory. Keep it coming, bring it on. But leave the men and women of the FBI out of it. They deserve better.
Yeah, don't worry. Kash Patel will fire FBI people, right? Like, what are you talking about? You guys are firing people at the FBI. Yeah. You guys, leave the people of the FBI out of it. We're going to fire them while no one's looking in the middle of the night. Like, stop acting like you're a hero. You're an unqualified weirdo. Like, and we just fired like the highest ranking military official in his, a black four-star general, the Joint Chiefs, the head of the Joint Chiefs this weekend. And meanwhile, their like second DEI hire is Kash Patel, and he's unqualified. Just pointing out, like, Trump's whole story is that black and brown people are not qualified to do their jobs. But then this guy, who actually is unqualified, all Trump does is hire unqualified idiots because Trump doesn't want anyone smarter than him, right? In authoritarianism, in fascism, nobody is higher than Trump. That's why they have to discredit scientists, discredit medical professionals first. Like, this is exactly what Putin did. And to get people dumber than Trump, that is a tall order. It is super hard to find people less qualified than Donald Trump. Like, that's why they all come from Fox News and from just random MAGA podcasts and other idiocy. And I just wanted to remind you who Kash Patel is.
The 20th of January.
Oopsies, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. That's my fault.
The 20th of January of 2025. Do you feel confident that you will be able to deliver the goods, that we can have serious prosecutions and accountability? And I want the Morning Joe producers that watch us and all the producers that watch us, this is just not rhetoric. We're absolutely dead serious. We're not. You cannot have a constitutional republic and allow what these deep staters have done to the country. The deep state, the administrative state, the fourth branch of government never mentioned in the Constitution, is going to be taken apart brick by brick. And the people that did these evil deeds will be held accountable and prosecuted, criminal prosecutions. Kash, I know you're probably going to be head of the CIA, but do you believe that you can deliver the goods on this in a pretty short order the first couple of months so we can get rolling on prosecutions?
Yes, we got the bench for it, Bannon, and you know those guys. I'm not going to go out there and say their names right now so the radical left-wing media can terrorize them. But, excuse me, the one thing we learned in the Trump administration the first go-around is we got to put in all America patriots top to bottom. And we got them for law enforcement. We got them for intel collection. We got them for offensive operations. We got them for DOD, CIA, everywhere. And the one thing we will do that they never will do is we will follow the facts and the law and go to courts of law and correct these justices and lawyers who have been prosecuting these cases based on politics and actually issuing them as lawfare. We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice. And Steve, this is why they hate us. This is why we're tyrannical. This is why we're dictators.
That's the head of the FBI lying through his teeth making up that's not true, and threatening to come after us and the media for what? Not being liars? For following facts? For being able to do basic math? This is who's running the FBI, and the number 2 is the guy I showed you before, the wacko I showed you before. Nothing to worry about, people. Nothing should concern any of us. Oh, and then I just want to remind you who's the Secretary of Defense. The least qualified person ever to run the military is now Secretary of Defense. I just want you to listen. So this is on Sunday on Fox News with Shannon Bream, and she basically reads something that someone wrote, and he's like, I don't know why she would say that, and then admits it's true. These people are not smart.
Also firing the Army, Navy, and Air Force JAGs. In some ways, that's even more chilling than firing the 4-stars. It's what you do when you're planning to break the law. You get rid of any lawyers who might try to slow you down. Your response to her?
I don't know who Rosa is and what her hyperbole is all about. Ultimately, we want lawyers who give sound constitutional advice and don't exist to attempt to be roadblocks to anything that happens in their spots.
So you admit it's true. You don't want any lawyers who would give someone the advice that what they're doing on the battlefield, or I don't know, turning the military on U.S. citizens is unconstitutional. So you're firing them all. That's exactly what she said, just with bigger words, Pete. So thanks for confessing to it. It's so sad. Oh, I love this. This is good.
Gee, Andrew, why haven't prices come down?
It's a very good point. The thing is, he told everyone in the country that on day one, inflation would end. And we are well past that. In fact, under him, it's going up. And you're talking about polls. His own pollster has done data on swing districts in the House. And they show that a majority of people are very concerned about their own financial situation. And that's because the everyday costs that he promised to lower are going up on account of his tariff taxes. He is actively raising costs himself so that he can turn around and use the revenue from those tariff taxes to cut taxes for the rich. And those tariff taxes are why consumer sentiment, which I would argue is the most important form of poll we have right now, keeps plunging because people are feeling that. They are wondering, where the hell are the 2019 costs that I was promised? I just see you cutting taxes for the wealthy.
And to your point, Reuters reports that consumer confidence hit a 7-month low in February over fears of inflation and reciprocal tariffs. Gee, Andrew.
Meanwhile, Trump just continues lying, saying everyone's happy. There's literally people at town halls screaming at Republican congressmen, asking when they're going to grow a spine and defend them. And meanwhile, these are the facts. Nobody in this country is happy. Every single thing Donald Trump promised has not happened. That 48-page budget resolution that just hands trillions of dollars of tax cuts primarily to the rich, right? Is anything included is no tax on tips in there? No. Is no tax on overtime in there? No. Are any of the things Trump promised in there? No. They are not quite literally in there. Oh, I did reset my live goal. I just forgot to pin it. Okay. I actually did. Oh.
But what James Carville is referring to is this huge drop in support for President Trump and for Elon Musk and what he's doing at Doge. So there were a bunch of polls that came out. CNN has 2-to-1. People are upset about Musk having such a prominent role in the government. Trump's approval rating is down 5 to 7 points across 4 of these big polls. He's underwater on managing the economy, which is obviously what handed him the presidency, 8 points underwater. And then in terms of how the public is feeling, not only reflected in those numbers, did you see those town halls that were going on last night? So Rich McCormick in Georgia, safe seat, people booing him, catcalling. They're concerned with everything from spending cuts to what's going on with Doge to that Donald Trump is becoming a tyrant. Cliff Bentz in Oregon, similar reaction. This guy, Tony Balderson, he's in a Trump plus 18 district in Ohio, saying Trump's executive orders are getting out of control. They are hearing from the American public that what is going on from the Oval Office to CPAC, which is, Pam Bondi being at CPAC seems like a politicization of the office, to say the least, is not what the American public wanted. They wanted someone to come in to get the economy back on track. That hasn't been happening. They wanted a different vision of getting rid of illegal immigrants. They wanted people who are actually convicted of crimes to be the ones getting kicked out, not just picking up anyone who speaks Spanish. So that's what Carville is saying, and I think it's good strategy. Let it happen.
Let it happen. I agree. Let it wash over them like a gentle wave and watch the Republicans eat each other. And here's the difference. The truth is actually on our side. Like I've always said this, every decision I make is based on data and research, reading words and figuring out what the truth is. So Trump was elected on a lie, right? On complete misinformation and disinformation about what he had done, about blaming the economy on Joe Biden, when as a matter of fact, Joe Biden did us all a solid and fixed the economy that Trump ruined in his first 4 years, right? And so Trump ruined the economy once. Joe Biden fixed it. He's now ruining it again for everyone to see and doing exactly what he did the first time, giving tax cuts to the rich and watching us all suffer, right? When you want to talk about running up the national debt, running up the deficit, that is Donald Trump. That is his MO. And my theory is, and what is happening, I mean, think about it. It is February. He's not going to get away with it again. Like, it's just too blatant. And again, I call this section we are about to embark on when town halls attack, because I have been fascinated. Like, everyone thinks it's just like I showed you in depth the McCormick town hall, which I'll remind you guys of that one in Georgia, because I love that. Like, that is like a Trump plus 30 district where McCormick got run over by wealthy Republicans being like, hey, what the F are you doing? But these town halls have happened all over the country. People are pissed, right? This is Jay Obernolte, I believe. I'm sorry. Some of these people in Yucca Valley, California, a primarily Republican district with a Republican that they elected. They no likey. Keep tapping the screen. We should be at 200K. You guys can do it. Tap the screen, share the live while we watch this, because this is golden. I could watch these all day long.
I was the vice chair of the Budget Committee for 5 years, and we had several years where a substantial portion of California state income tax came from one person, and that was Elon Musk.
Bullshit!
That he is not paying tax is just flat out wrong.
Man, you're lying.
We don't have
You're lying.
Problem. We're collecting lots of revenue. The rich are paying lots of the top 1% pay almost half of it. We have these
There was a puzzle piece, but nothing popped up. Anyways, these people are getting it right. That is the correct answer. Like, right? Hey, that is the number one Republican fallacy. Oh, actually, the top 1% pays more in state income and federal income taxes than anyone else. No, they don't. A fair share is a percentage of your income. It is a puzzle piece. Never mind. Now it's popping up. I don't know why it didn't before. Hold on. Okay, puzzle piece done. Sorry. That was weird. Like, delayed. for 2 minutes. Anyways, so puzzle piece done. Our life's not going to end. But that is exactly right. This man is the richest man in the world, right? He's not paying near the same percentage that we are paying who have nothing. That is the question. It's a, what do you mean? It's a puzzle piece. What does the puzzle look like? It's a puzzle piece that you move to fit into a puzzle so that it knows you're not a robot, right? So you don't get credit for staying live if you're not like a person interacting on the live. But yeah, that is the point. So these are actually quite intelligent voters.
Just Elon Musk made up a substantial portion of all the revenue.
Before you do something, and doesn't that make him a murderer and you complicit?
Over the changes that are being made by the Trump administration. Yeah, I got that. But remember, this is something we have been through before.
And my priority is knowing that you will protect the Constitution of the United States. And I don't think just being happy for what's being done with no consideration of how the executive branch is working against Congress is acceptable. How are you going to protect the Constitution?
And you know what? I completely agree with you. Our system of democracy is based on, as the gentlelady said, a system of checks and balances. We're supposed to have 3 different branches of government that provide checks against each other.
Then why are you letting Trump rough ride over you?
And this has happened throughout the history of our country. Once in a while, we have a branch.
Why are you letting Trump rough ride over you is my favorite thing. Now, and imagine, I just want to be clear, these people are being hung out to dry by Trump. Like, people, they're asking Trump at the White House, like, hey, all these Republicans are like getting run over in town halls. People are pissed. And Trump's like, and just makes up a lie. I have the best poll numbers. I have no idea what anyone's talking about. Oh my gosh, guess what? I just had to go get my inhaler. Sorry, I'm still kind of sick. But guess what came in the mail? Do you guys remember when I told you, I was telling you about the nonprofit we should all support that's like creating like AB clinics for women, like terrorizing, like whenever they say they're putting the Bible in public school districts in Oklahoma, then the Satanic Temple, which is a bunch of atheists, just say, well, then we're putting the Church of Satan back in schools. I got my certificate. Because if you support, this is a nonprofit that basically just seeks to undermine conservative BS in red states. And you get like a ridiculous, like, Satanic Temple certificate. And wait, did I get my card? Where's my card? Where did whatever. But anyways, and my card to go in my wallet, the Satanic It says Feliz Navidad, so I could show you guys. You too can support it's a nonprofit. It's called the Satanic Temple. Has nothing to do with religion. It's just really smart atheists who are pissed that Christian nationalists are trying to put God back in schools and shut down healthcare for women in maternal health deserts. They've funded like 3 women's health clinics so far. And yeah, if you don't know, look it up. It's a very worthy nonprofit. Like, it's very worth donating to. And you get funny things that you could like show people to piss them off. That's exactly what they do. Who said that? Miss Slim Shady said after school Satan club. They're basically like, oh, you're going to put the Bible in schools? Then we're going to have a Satan club. That's what they do. And like that crazy guy, the superintendent of public instruction in Oklahoma, Ryan J. Walters, who's like, I'm going to find all the lesbian teachers and kick them out. Like the Satanic Temple, he's convinced that Satanists are after him. You can find videos of him talking about him. He's like, the Satanists are after us. It's hilarious. But it's true. It's like, oh, we're bringing religion back in schools. Then here comes this Baphomet statue. It is hilarious. It's called the Satanic Temple. It's just a nonprofit that terrorizes people trying to put the Bible in schools and trying to take women's health care away. Like they're blocking, maternal health deserts in red states and everything. I think they've already funded 3 women's health clinics. It's amazing. They're doing big things. Actually, they have a ton of support. It's not just me. But yeah, I did a big piece on it earlier because Ryan J. Walters, he was an elected official, right? Most states that's appointed by the governor, superintendent of public instruction, but the governor who's a Republican in Oklahoma, cannot get rid of him. So he fired all of like these 3 MAGA crazies on the school board because like people he has control over, because all of the test scores in Oklahoma, like while Ryan J. Walters wastes money on Trump Bibles and says he's like finding all the lesbians and like firing them as teachers, what's happened is test scores have fallen, right? Like Oklahoma moved from 48th in education to 49th. Yeah, we are very, very behind on tapping today. Like, it is not good. We need to tap the screen. So Steph said she has one of their Baphomet coffee mugs. That's awesome. I know they have such funny things, and anything you spend money on goes to like I said, either fund like women's health clinics and maternal health deserts, or to fight these ridiculous, like the separation of church and state. And they give really funny updates and like talk about it. It's worth looking into. But to continue our tour of angry town hall people, again, this is just a reminder of what happened to Rich McCormick. This is the guy, just to remind everyone, if you weren't here on Friday when I was explaining to everyone how awful this man is right here, this is the man who said that kids need to get jobs. We need to get rid of free school lunch and kids can just get jobs. And they were like, these are like preschoolers and kindergartners. Like, you want 7-year-olds to get jobs? Like, what the F are you talking about, weirdo? He is horrible. He used to represent the most wealthy district in Georgia, and now he's in like an adjacent district. So these are upper middle class white Republicans. Like, he won the district by like 30 points. And now they don't like him anymore.
Is rising in the White House, and a man has declared himself our king. So I would like to know, rather, the people would like to know what you, congressmen, and your fellow congressmen are going to do to rein in the megalomaniac in the White House.
I'm not going to give you my best foghorn leghorn response to that. But so you can go ahead and sit down. Thank you. When you talk about tyranny, when you talk about presidential power, I remember having the same discussion with Republicans when Biden was elected. The funny thing is, you're sitting here and a lot of you would probably say those January 6s who are yelling just as loud as you, who are upset.
Is rising in the White House.
man is a liar. I suggest look up clips from this whole town hall or just watch the replay from Friday. All the replays to my lives are on YouTube where we watch many more minutes of this. I mean, this was like, people wouldn't even let him speak. Like, the screaming was intense. Oh, wait, is this the same clip? I think I might have put the same clip in here twice.
Hey, it's right.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I put 2 clips in. But then here's the interesting part about this. So this guy, after I showed you these clips, because I was like fascinated by this on Friday, he was supposed to show up on Jake Tapper's show on like Friday night and did not show up.
We're also supposed to speak with Georgia Congressman Rich McCormick. He was booked when we started the show. We were under the impression he was coming, but he canceled the appearance less than an hour ago.
I too would cancel out of shame. You are embarrassing, Rich McCormick, and nobody wants to hear from you ever again. And I wouldn't want to speak publicly either, because now these people know Trump's not going to help you. There's nothing they can say. They are robbing us. Like, outside of just pathological lying, which the American people are onto. So when you show up at a town hall and you pathologically lie, people are not happy about it. People are pissed. Sorry, let me refresh this really quick. Okay, again. So then the next one is like, I cannot stand Kevin Hearn too. He is absolutely awful. Kevin Hearn, had a town hall and basically said today he doesn't know how many federal employees have been laid off in Oklahoma. If you don't understand, like, one of the largest hubs of the federal government outside of DC is Oklahoma, and federal employees are being decimated in Oklahoma. Like, this is a huge cross section of jobs there. It's his job to know how many people are losing their jobs, and he's like, like, what's happening?
Congressman Kevin Hearn said today he doesn't know how many federal employees have been laid off in Oklahoma.
He met with some folks in Glenpool today who wanted answers about those cuts, and News on 6's Emery Bryan is live with some of those answers. Emery?
Well, Lori and Craig, Representative Hearn would not criticize the cuts or the way that they're being handled. He's on the most supported budget committee in Washington, and today several of his constituents told him they didn't think he was doing his job.
On what's happening at the southern border.
First District Congressman Kevin Hearn spoke first about the border, the deficit, and China. His constituents only had questions about government cuts.
We're seeing the administration undermining Congress.
Will you call Elon Musk in to testify under oath?
My concern right now, and I think I speak for a lot of Americans, is Elon Musk.
The Chamber of Commerce gathering turned into a spirited debate.
Huge conflicts of interest. And nobody's stopping him.
And Hearn stuck to his long-held position that government spending is out of control and Congress has not been capable of stopping it.
And it's going to impact all of us in this room, regardless of party or whether you like me or not. We've got to find a way to pay for it and get our fiscal house in order.
Hearn said he had no reports of service.
Do you understand how disingenuous this is? If we wanted to get our fiscal house in order, we would stop the tax cuts for the rich. And not just the tax cuts. We would close tax loopholes and say, hey, just like people with no money are paying 20 to 30% of their salaries in taxes, so too will billionaires and millionaires. That is how you solve. It's super simple. Oh, do you want Social Security to be solvent? We went over this twice last week. Thank God for Robert Reich, former labor secretary, economist, and professor at UC Berkeley, who showed us and just said, all we have to do is raise the cap. Raise the cap on the Social Security tax. It's at $160,000 something right now. People making $10 million a year are only taxed on $160,000. People who make $160,000 and less are taxed on 100% of their salary. If we just raise it to $250,000, Social Security is solvent for 75 more years. All Republicans do is sit there and gaslight the average American and say, we have no money, while they line their pockets and lie. I'm getting so tired of this. We have to tap the screen, TikTok. Nobody is tapping the screen. We have not even made it to 200K. I think I shouldn't say no one. There's a few faithful tapping the screen, and I so appreciate it. Those stray hearts are just straggling coming in, but please do tap the screen. No, I know, Sharon, I got you. I know people are tapping. Thank you for tapping. I'm not no one. I corrected myself because I do. Yes. Oh, and actually, thank you for bringing up Joanna, Loris. Joanna is with her daughter. Remember the baby we're raising who's due now? And is it like 2.5 or 3 weeks? I think we have until we have a baby. Again, in any profile, whether you're watching from YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, whatever, there is a link in my link tree. I think it's like the second or third thing. I think second, maybe. It's a Amazon baby registry. If you'd like to buy a onesie or something, Joanna's going to be the youngest grandma in history. Like literally, she's like 36. So we're going to raise a biracial baby in Arkansas, in a small town in Arkansas. It's going to be great. I know Joanna would usually be here to like tell us what to do. I'm not good at telling people what to do either. I'm more of a shit show myself. I'm all over the place myself. So that's why Joanna's not here though. I believe her daughter had like a doctor's appointment and then is like taking her to get, we're weeks away now. So Joanna's not here for a good reason. Hold on. Someone's telling me I need to check my Cash App and Venmo. I need to figure out how to stop this from going dead so fast. My Mac screen sleeps after 5 seconds. Thank you, Catherine, for the $5. You are amazing. And then I think I missed one more. Susan, thank you for the $10. Love listening to you on my afternoons off. Oh my God, don't even tell me. Another teacher. I'm also a teacher and obsessed with history. Thank you for everything. Sorry, it's not more. You're a teacher. That's like a huge deal. Thank you so much. I don't tap it up. You really are amazing, Electric Girl. That's so funny. I love like the confession. That's hilarious. Thank you. You made me smile. And I love teachers. I love that teachers are watching this. It just gives me hope. Teachers are changing the world. Thank you for what you do, Susan, for us, for nothing, and get a thankless job, and then being accused of doing like transgender surgeries like at your school. Like truly, what teachers are going through right now is a crime in and of itself. But let's finish watching Kevin Hearn drowned. I love also, are they in a classroom with broken blinds? Where are these people? Some of these town halls, I'm like, man, this is what I'm saying. They don't even have money to fix the blinds. And Trump's like, oh, we got to give billionaires more money.
Is impacted by federal cuts and criticized federal employees who worked from home. He deferred oversight of the president and Musk to the judicial branch, and when pressed, would not commit to having hearings to ask his own questions. He said he would relay concerns to the White House and admitted even he doesn't know who or how many federal employees have lost jobs in Oklahoma.
I don't at this point in time. I'm sure we'll get a roll up as they do the continued transparency where we're asking for it by state so that we do know, and then by district so we can, we know what's going on.
I just want you guys to know this man, and I believe he still is, but he is the head of the Republican Study Committee. This is if you don't know what that means, I'll tell you. This is the largest Republican caucus, and they come up with these budget cuts. So him being like, I don't know what's going on. I'm just a lost random person is a complete lie. Kevin Hearn is the devil. The devil who's responsible for a lot of this. He knows exactly what's going on. But I love watching people in red states show up and have their facts straight and be like, hey, actually, I know exactly what's going on. So you're not going to pretend you don't know, because if you try, I'm going to remind you. I could watch this for the rest of my life. And Rachel Maddow, which if you haven't seen it, I refuse now. I'm kind of on this kick starting last Thursday, where I used to spend a lot of time like screen recording Trump's lies because I was like, it's important to fact check him. But like he has moved into like a point of lying now where like every word is a lie. There's nothing true anymore. And like we don't need to waste our time fact checking Trump. Every word is not true. Like and there are so many people doing it. And I just think it's a waste of time even listening. But Rachel Maddow. So Rachel Maddow, she's doing for the first 100 days, like she's doing a show every night and she is tearing Trump to shreds and he's getting madder and he's getting pissed. He was at CPAC, like talking shit about Rachel Maddow. No better way to know that you're doing a great job than what Trump's like. Rachel Maddow's like a threat to America. Is she, or is she just showing people who you are? And she covered a lot of these town halls. Like she did a whole show just being like, it's so weird, everybody hates Trump. Oh, and I tried to find as many of the clips as I could.
President Trump has issued a lot of executive.
Oh my God, I need to say this, by the way, because he's another one. It's so weird, these town halls. Do you understand how Republican of a district Glenn Grothman is in? This man, oh yeah, he's from Wisconsin, in the most Republican of all Republican gerrymandered districts. And like, watch Glenn Grothman be like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I'm lost. This man, I have seen him and I have played clips on this show of this man on the House floor being like, do pregnant mothers need SNAP money? Like he is a horrific person. He believes in like no fault divorce. He is a Christian nationalist. He believes no poor people should get help from the government. So watching him then be like, oh, I don't know, like what's happening? It's like, Glenn, please stop. Like, don't make me. I might have to just find all these clips I'm talking about because watching him pretend to be lost is pissing me off.
Orders. I think by and large this is moving very quickly compared to other administrations, and I think across the board he's done some very good things. I think he's gotten rid of birthright citizenship.
Illegal as hell.
Illegal as hell. I love that. I love this. Why did we not do this sooner? Why did we just get all these people? Who knew? All these people in these like gerrymandered Republican districts had something to say. Like, I love it. Like, let's let all these people on Medicare who have nothing else to do show up at town halls and just run over these people. Did you hear Glenn Grothman? He's done some good things. He got rid of birthright citizenship. Hey, we get it. You're a bigot and a racist. You don't understand though. Those people are propping up our economy. Like, you want to know what's inflationary? Get rid of people who are picking our crops. Like, it is completely ridiculous. Oh, they need to hear more of that. Oh, I know. Don't worry. I have way more clips. I went on a tear. I did see that one a long time ago, but I haven't seen it in a long time. I cannot get enough of these town halls. Like, I am totally, and actually, let me just say this, and thank you for the tapping. Keep tapping. We're doing an amazing job on tapping. I love you guys so much for it. Let's get to 300K. And I think like this is a good time. Remember I told you about this back 40 pack? I know I keep talking like things are going to happen. Things are going to happen. They are happening. So the back 40 pack, I know a lot of you guys love Will Westmoreland, right? He's a Missouri farmer, but also a political strategist. And he started a PAC, right? And we've been having meetings and like facts still matter. Steve and I are working together from like the marketing and advertising bit. And I don't want to brag, but like, I used to be a powerhouse in advertising. Like, they called me the Rain Man. Well, now I think about it, they should have called me the Rain Woman, but I was like the only woman. But anyways, we've had some amazing ideas, and like, this is the strategy, in my opinion, for marketing and advertising. Like, the Back 40 pack is geared towards rural America. And like, in my opinion, rural America is losing their rights, and that's how we need to position it. And we had a meeting on Saturday morning, and I kind of was pitching this, like, that's how we have to position this. Like, rural America has lost their rights. On Tuesdays, tomorrow will be another episode of the broadcast where we have a doctor. Her name's Dr. Danny. She's amazing. Talk about health deserts, right? These health deserts are developing in red states because they've made it so inhospitable for doctors to be there. They're like, we need to have more babies. We need to have more babies. But you have to drive now an hour and a half to get to anyone who can even do a mother effing ultrasound. It's crazy. These are health deserts. We used to call them maternal health deserts. Now they're just health deserts, right? Hospitals in rural America are going to close. That's what will happen when federal funding goes away. There will be no more rural hospitals. The closest, you're going to have to drive hours or get medevac to a hospital. So it's like, that is what we need to reach rural people and say, right? The right to healthcare is going away. The right to education. Who are the first people affected by these school vouchers? Rural public schools. They lose funding. There are no private schools to send their kids to within driving distance. It is public schools or nothing. And their public schools are going to lose funding, right? They're losing the right to education. So I'm super excited about these opportunities, and also like what we're seeing with these town halls. I think we need to like host our own town halls and have like Bernie, I'll show you in a second. Bernie Sanders is doing it. Bernie Sanders was in like a very vulnerable Republican district in Nebraska this weekend. Just people are insanely excited to talk to Bernie Sanders about healthcare, about all of these things, right? Their rights are being taken away. The federal funding they need to have basic rights are being taken away. And like, I'm very excited about our opportunities with the Back 40 pack and how we can get that message out to rural America. So we had a really encouraging meeting on Saturday. I know Steve is going on college tours. I think I don't know if it's this whole week or the end of the week, but I will still be at this meeting on Saturday, and we're going to continue the conversation. Will is actually meeting with the head of the DNC, met with him last week. So we've had some really exciting conversations, and we'll see how it goes. And I'll keep updating. He's leaving tomorrow. I love how everyone knows. I was like, I'm not sure which day he's leaving. Someone's like, he's leaving tomorrow. Okay, cool. Thank you. So we're going to have another meeting Saturday, and we're going to keep the conversation going. It's going really well though. And hopefully this is something we can all sink our teeth into, because the first people affected by federal funding going away will be rural people. And I think that's why you're seeing people in these districts in Wisconsin and stuff be like, what the F are you doing? I am pretty sure, and don't quote me on this, but I have a very good memory. I think Glenn Grothman, his district in Wisconsin, is the actual birthplace of the Republican Party. Like, they have a museum there, and the one-room log cabin where the charter of the Republican Party was actually signed. So it's very funny that they are thank you, Mark. You're actually in Wisconsin, so you would know. I got it right then. Perfect. So for people these are people who take pride in the political system and in democracy. And that's why you're seeing them show up and be like, what the F is Glenn Grothman doing? Which, thanks for noticing he's awful. Please stop electing this man. I'm going to find the clip of him being like, pregnant women don't need SNAP. I'm going to find that. TAMP, not SNAP, TAMP money. That's what he's like. Why do women need this?
Calling those people with different abilities leeches
and losers and that they're leeching off the system. Yes, I've heard it from their own posts.
How much did Elon
Losers.
Believe it. Okay.
You don't believe it. You can read it. You are in denial.
I'll Google it.
Google it.
That is Glenn Grothman. He doesn't believe it. I've heard you say it on the House floor, you weirdo. What are you talking about? What do you mean you don't believe it? Like, you were on the House floor screaming about how needy families don't need assistance. Needy families are people that have disabled people inside of them. What the F do you think is going on? Did you hear what she's saying? She's saying, let's just replay that. This is Glenn Grothman, the birthplace. He represents the district of the birthplace of the Republican Party. And they're screaming at him. He's like, I don't believe that. Like,
calling those people with different abilities leeches and losers and that they're leeching off the system. Yes, I've heard it from their own posts.
How much did Elon
Losers.
Believe it. Okay.
You don't believe it. You can read it. You are in denial.
I'll Google it.
Google it.
he's not in denial. He's lying. They're all lying. They know. This man has been on the House floor so many times saying the things you could not believe. You would not believe it if you heard it. He knows. He wants to take federal funding away from every needy person, disabled people, sick people, old people, babies. It does not matter. He does not want them to have federal funding. Listen, this is just some advice real quick. If the screen freezes for any reason, first and foremost, just go out of the live and come back in, because TikTok tells me if there's a problem with like my internet connection in TikTok Studio. I'm tapping like Gregory Hines. Thank you so much. Sorry, that's my ADHD. But again, if it freezes, normally I'll know and I'll be like, oh, something weird is happening. Like if I know there's a problem with the internet or with what's going on, I have multiple screens up. So I know. So if for some reason yours freezes, what can instantly help it is just go out, come back in. If that doesn't happen, then TikTok will alert me that there is a problem with like my internet connection or it's unstable, and it will pause it for a second.
When will you stand up to them and say that is enough?
The end result of the fraud and abuse that has been discovered already.
Absolutely no proof.
I could never get enough of old white men trying to steal from the American public being attacked. Like, exactly. Next step is bring tomatoes. Someone asked me earlier and I did not catch who it was. Thank you, Dark Nurse, for pinning things. Since Joanna's not here, anyone who wants to take over, like helping me mod and stuff, would be much appreciated, because, you know, it's Monday and it's hard for me. But like, I could watch these old men be run over. I would say let's bring tomatoes next time. But yeah, someone in the comments asked me like, oh, do you have clips of what happened in Idaho? And yeah, I do. And like, this is an example of like some of us are going to end up in jail. I don't know how else to say it, but like, when we push back hard enough, this is what happens. This is why I used to be like an activist who like, you know, would lock my cell phone so no one could get into it, have like my lawyer's number and like every number I needed like written on different places in my body where they couldn't like rub it off. Like, I used to be prepared to be like zip tied and like pepper sprayed when I used to like go to protests. And like, yeah, like these town halls have turned ugly. Like in Coeur d'Alene, which is funny, like I always talk about, thank you, Cootery, and thank you for that gift. I probably need to change the gift code too I do. While I tell this story. When I talk to this, I went to university in Idaho, right? Like that I know Idaho like the back of my hand. And where this happened, this crazy town hall, is like northern Idaho. And I don't want to say it, but Coeur d'Alene, which is right next to Spokane, that's why it's like very close to the border of Washington, like right in the little thin panhandle of Idaho. Yeah, that's where the Aryan Nation started. So am I surprised to see them screaming, "Show us your badges"? And it turned out those weren't cops who were dragging a woman out by her hair. Oh, it's a private security firm that no one knows where they came from. No, I'm not surprised to hear that whatsoever. Like, Coeur d'Alene is a scary place where scary things happen. Oh, we'll get into that. Someone asked how do you spell it. We'll get into it.
I'm a registered Republican
Oh wait, hold
voter.
on. I love this one. This is one of my favorites, and then we might have one more clip, and then we'll get into the Idaho stuff. This is a veteran who's like calling into a town hall, and this woman. Thank you for spelling it. Yes, it's French. Like Idaho and a lot of Canada, I love to say this because if there's one thing that I cannot stand about Idaho, it is the gross mispronunciation of all French words. Coeur d'Alene is what they actually are getting right. Like, if you understood the amount of mispronunciation of, because like Idaho and a lot of northern states, it was French fur trappers, right, who were taking up space there. So a lot of the towns are French names, but they just like Boise. No. These are all French words. Most everything in Idaho is a French word that we're just all butchering. Like, can we just pronounce things right? No, we can't. But again, this is Representative Bice. She's doing like a call-in town hall and a veteran calls in. And I love this one because this veteran's like, yeah, like that's a false flag. And if you're trying to give this to me as a reason that you're firing veterans, like I'm not an idiot and I'm concerned about what you're doing. Like, this is the reality. They think their own constituents are idiots. And these constituents are like, hey, I'm not an idiot.
I'm a registered Republican voter, retired active Army officer. How can you tell me that Doge, with some college whiz kids from a computer terminal in Washington, D.C., without even getting out into the field, after about a week or maybe two, has determined that it's okay to cut veterans' benefits?
I think a couple things. Let me give you an example. Did you know that the VA was in charge of payments for illegals for housing? Basically, the VA.
No, I'd like for you to send me. Could you send me that reference so I could research that? Because no, I'm not aware of that. And I would tell you that that's a red herring, a false flag. If you're throwing that kind of political stuff up, trying to cut veterans' benefits, that's very alarming to me.
Yeah, and that's FEMA, weirdo. That woman needs to be voted out of office for that. No, that's FEMA. What the F are you talking about, you weirdo? Like, no, that's a FEMA bucket. And the only person that ever, that was Trump. To be clear, Trump is the one that moved money out of the disaster fund to house immigrants, like for family separation purposes. Yeah, it's tragic. And they fired a bunch of veterans and some got hired back, but they still have fired a bunch. We'll get into it. I found a bunch of clips about it because this is something I love this, like Ron Filipkowski, because this is how I felt all weekend watching this stuff. My new favorite drug is Republican members of Congress getting yelled at in their districts by constituents who hate Elmo. It's so true. Like, I don't think I will ever tire of watching Republicans being like, what the F do you think you're doing? Okay, and now we move on, right, to what happened, which it turns out this woman is like a doctor, which I think, not that it matters, but like her name's, I believe, Teresa Borenpol. And I'll show you because, like, I think this is an example because first, understand like where Coeur d'Alene is. So first I was just looking at like a Seattle newspaper and the way they described it. And they were kind of like, oh, she was dragged out, whatever. But it doesn't sound like too awful, right? And I'll show you the first clip I saw. Like, so this is a man. And again, all of this, if you want to join the Discord in the link, my link tree, the link in my bio goes to a link to join the Discord. All of these clips and where I got them from are in the outline and you can find them. So just to be clear, and I believe this was actually cited in this Seattle Times article, which goes to a man on Blue Sky. But when you watch this clip, it's like, okay, like, yeah, she's being assaulted, right? But it's not like the most horrible thing. And then I just kept like digging in until I found like some of the craziest clips I went down like a giant rabbit hole of watching horrific things happen to this woman. And it's not just her. Like, I mean, they were zip tying people. Again, these are not police officers. It turns out none of these people are police officers. This is a private security.
Video, please get up or be escorted out. And we're just taking care of the rabble. I just happen to have a nice loud voice and a big microphone. You're going to be removed over all of you. And I can just talk for all. I'm asking you to go. This
He's threatening to pepper spray her. This is not a cop. Like, that is threatening to pepper spray someone. And someone said they weren't hired. They were hired. Like, I'll get into it. I'll show you more articles. I've done a lot of research on this. I mean, people, I don't know if it's after the fact, but yeah, like people are claiming they were hired. So, and you can see like in longer clips where they interact with the police. But yeah, like this is why people, yeah, you'll see people get more and more outraged because they're threatening to pepper spray a woman. She's a doctor sitting there. Everyone in this place is screaming.
Is asking you to leave the video. Please get up or be escorted out. And we're just taking care of the rabble. I just happen to have a nice loud voice and a big microphone. You're going to be removed over all of you. And I can just talk for all. I'm asking you to go. You want pepper spray? Is afraid.
So that's like the first clip I saw. I'm like, yeah, that guy's insane. And just, I'm telling you, I spent 4 years at university in Idaho and I know how it goes there. Like, women are second class citizens. If you truly, your job in Idaho is have babies and be quiet. Like, so am I in any way surprised by watching Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, home of the Aryan Nation, like treat women like this? Yeah, absolutely not. Like, not surprised in any way. This is like, as someone who had to live in Idaho for 5 years, yeah, this is my experience. And if you're curious, like, or want to scream, he looks like the guy from Men in Black, like that, the alien that was dressed as a farmer. But this is who posted this account. This is also how I found the GoFundMe that I put in the Discord. It was through him. So I like how he's narrating. Here's Big Boy Bob attempting to drag one of his constituents out of a public town hall meeting on public property and threatening to pepper spray her if she did not comply. He stated he wasn't acting in his official capacity. And again, it turns out they weren't cops. Like, I'll show you clips. People are like screaming at them in the hallway. Like, where are your effing badges? They don't have badges because they're not cops. Yet he was wearing a hat that said sheriff and maybe this guy had a badge visible in his belt. I don't know. But like, yeah, these people, yeah, I'll show you the article later so you can make determinations of who they were on their own. But yeah, they were not there as police. The police had to show up and they had no idea who they were or why they were there. I love this one. Cosplay cowboy Bob Norris did threaten to pepper spray the audience, though. You can hear him saying it. You're going to just release pepper spray in a crowded place. They appear to be filibustering their own town hall to avoid any questions. Yeah, and they keep screaming like, and they're like, when is the time to speak? And they're like, shut up. Like, welcome to Idaho. And so anyways, then I see like I'm trying to think. Yeah, then the same guy from Blue Sky posts this clip, which he found, I think, on TikTok, which is a longer clip, which you begin to see like, oh my God, what the F is going on? And I'm going to quick check my door because someone's ringing it and I need to make sure it's not animal control about my dog bite.
Please get up or be escorted out.
And we're just taking care of the rabble-rousers. And eventually what's going to happen is everything's going to settle down and we'll get back to the legislators. Because really, you didn't come here to listen to me. I just happen to have a nice loud voice and a big microphone. And I can talk over all of you. And I can just talk for on and on and on. And look at this. This little girl is afraid to leave. She spoke up, and now she doesn't want to suffer the consequences. Isn't that the problem that we're struggling with so many of the kids today? Is they want to behave openly and then not struggle with the consequences. That is shameful. I think what we've got right now is a situation where these folks are trying to filibuster and shut this whole program down. Unfortunately, they're being successful. So all of you who came here to hear the legislators, I applaud you for sitting there and quietly listening. I promise we will get back to you. In the meantime, we've just got to be a little aggressive with some of these folks here.
I will call the
here. Oh, no, I should be removed. I should be allowed to cry and yell and scream. I should be able to allow to interrupt. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Don't touch her. This isn't a sheriff. Excuse me, Sheriff Norris. This gentleman is assaulting me.
You out
this
now.
Man is assaulting
you out
me.
now. Let's go.
This man is assaulting me. Is this your deputy? Is this your deputy? No, don't fucking touch us. Is he a deputy? These are deputies. Who the fuck are these men?
So how about that? Oh, my goodness. Let's go.
Hey, hey.
Yeah, no, this does trigger me. Like, again, these are not cops. Like, I'll show you clips that confirm it in the hallway. These aren't cops. Like, these are just crazy. Again, Coeur d'Alene is the home of the Aryan Nation and random white men thinking they are deputized to do things they're not doing. So, yeah, none of this surprises me. I'll just give you a hint. When we used to have to go play volleyball in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, like if you're brown, if you're not white, the things they would say to you were so horrific. Like for instance, I would go back to serve when I had to play volleyball there, and like I remember one guy, I could hear him like try to spit on me and say like, I have your mom in my trunk, which is funny because my mom's white. Like it's my dad that's not white. I was like, oh well, good luck. You've never met my mom. Like, I'm just giving you an example of my own firsthand experience in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. So does any of this surprise me? No, it does not. This is what it's like there.
We have some 150-year-old Social Security recipients. We know that government has been mismanaging money.
Who the fuck
Just
are you?
cooperate, it'll be 100 times better.
Yeah, that's what they say to rape victims, you fucking piece of shit. You refuse to identify yourselves. Who are you? Who are you?
To come here today, and I applaud them for doing so. Thank you for coming. But the problem is this. They didn't come here to listen. They came here to interrupt.
Look, this is eventually not to scare anyone, but this is the type of resistance it's going to take. Like, Truly, I don't want to scare anyone, but like this is what you have to do, right? And like I respect this woman for so much for being in a Republican state, especially in the North. If you understood Northern Idaho and what it's like and what she's doing, like, did you hear the men cheering while she's being assaulted? There are men in that audience cheering while a woman is being assaulted. Well, there are people trying to help it. Remember, you're only seeing one camera angle. So it's not, and then once they drag her to the hallway, then a bunch of people are there and they're like, what the fuck is going on here? But again, so this is now I'm going to show you an NBC News report I found. So like, and then I'll show you like longer videos of what happens like before different camera angles, because yeah, this is horrific.
You're assaulted. Teresa Bornfall was attending a Kootenai County Republican Central Committee legislative town hall Saturday, discussing topics like Medicaid and school vouchers, when she was forcibly removed from the meeting.
All of our elected officials in Kootenai County and surrounding areas are all Republican, and so that is why the Republican Party did the town hall. The auditorium was full.
Bornfall, who has previously run for a seat in the Idaho House as a Democrat, tried to ask a question during a discussion about reproductive rights. Her friends, Megan Kuntz and Tamara Saenz-Kremelis, tell KTVB legislators would not take the question.
They even used the words "shut up" at one point. And so, yes, she said, is this a lecture or a town hall?
There's an opportunity for you to sound off.
Bornfall was first approached by Sheriff Bob Norris.
My name is Robert Norris. I'm the Sheriff of County. We're asking you to leave on video. Please get up or be escorted out.
Sheriff Norris asked her to leave, then grabbed her.
Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Come on. Let's go. You're going to be escorted out.
I just happen to have a nice for all.
Okay, I'm asking you to go. You want pepper spray?
Then Norris called in 3 unmarked security officers.
Nobody knew who these people were that were assaulting her and pulling her away.
Who are these guys? Who are these guys? Show your badge! Who are you? Don't touch her. They pulled her out of her seat.
And she wasn't doing anything threatening. She was sitting in her seat, not doing anything threatening.
And into the hallway while Sheriff Norris filmed. Kuntz and Saenz-Kremelis say the MC of the event spurred it on.
He called her a little girl multiple times. Also said, your voice is useless or doesn't want to be heard here.
And look at this. This little girl is afraid to leave. She spoke up.
Kuntz and Saenz-Kremelis as well.
Terrorizing this woman who's a doctor with the microphone. Do you hear them? While she's being assaulted by people that are not police officers. This is Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Truly, as everyone is screaming, they single her out and say, this little girl, she's a doctor. Well, yeah. Why haven't we heard about this? Yeah. I mean, why would you hear about this? This is local. Like, if you understand where Coeur d'Alene is, it's on the borderline of Washington, right next to Spokane. Like, they're pretty much so like Washington News, which is more liberal, reports on this stuff more than local Idaho news. But yeah, it was picked up by and again, I don't want to pretend Spokane is a liberal place because it's not necessarily super liberal, but in comparison to northern Idaho, it is liberal, right? It appears more liberal. So they more pick this up. And again, now that you've heard about it, and I'll show you the GoFundMe, we're not done with this. Like, it gets worse. I wish it didn't, but it does. And I think it's important. Like, this is what happens when you use this is a random woman. Everyone is screaming in this town hall. And she's singled out and tormented by people who won't it gets worse.
Coeur d'Alene police say Bornfall was cited. The battery charge stems from allegations that she bit one of the security officers.
In my opinion, that sounds like self-defense.
Kootenai County Republican Central Committee posted on Facebook saying Bornfall was arrested and that she disrupted the town hall and vocally cheered for any DEI initiatives.
It was cheered for DEI initiatives. This is insane.
It was evident that dissent was
not being tolerated.
Oh yeah, someone said boycott Coeur d'Alene. Oh, they would love that, Sharon. Like, just to be clear, most of these people live in like fenced-in like militias. Like, God, you just have to understand Idaho. Like, these are nonconformists. Like, it's a scary place. So again, now this is a publication, and this is a good article to read, because that first article that I read, like in the Seattle Times, I was like, I don't think they're correctly, like once I started watching the clips, I was like, they're acting like someone was just sort of like escorted out. I mean, they did say dragged, but like it's not doing it justice. Now, this is the Spokesman Review, which is like a Spokane publication. I would screenshot this and then look it up later if you want. They said, like, please don't touch me, because they actually, I feel like, captured the horror of what was happening in there. She said, and they got it right, private security, because I think the first article basically says that she wasn't cited for anything. And it seems like, I'll show you later in the hallway, like because so many people were like, no, she was attacked. Like, this is crazy. But that's how it goes in Idaho. When you go against the white male, mediocre male establishment, I'm not surprised she got for biting when they drag her out by her hair. I'll show you the clip. I mean, they were dragging her by her hair. Has anyone ever been dragged by their hair? Like, you would probably fight back too. It's involuntary. Private security dragged out a woman who'd been interrupting. Everyone was screaming. A Republican Central Committee legislative town hall on Saturday as Sheriff Robert Norris stood by. Video shows spurring a disagreement between the sheriff and Coeur d'Alene's police chief over the First Amendment implications of the incident. Because one person, like the Coeur d'Alene police chief, is like, what the F? And then the sheriff is like, yeah. Multiple recordings of the incident at Coeur d'Alene High School, this is a high school, it's public property, show Teresa Borenpol, I didn't catch this part when I was reading it before, who ran for Idaho's House of Representatives in 2024, 2022, and 2020 as a Democrat, seated in the auditorium as boos and cheers erupt around her. Brent Reagan, chair of Kootenai County Republican Central Committee, said Borenpol and others had shouted 6 or 7 times as lawmakers spoke. So, like, think about the other clips of town halls I've showed you. Everyone is screaming. In that town hall as well, everyone is screaming. 6 and others. So not just her had shouted. So she received 3 warnings. What is this? 2nd grade? To stop interrupting. Please keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 400K. We were doing such a good job tapping. Tapping is clapping. And I'm trying to get to, now I forgot the number, 275 subscriptions today. I think we're at 245. So also, if you can subscribe, please do. TikTok is back in the App Store, so it's easy to do that. Quote, at the beginning of the event, I made an announcement. This is their justification for assaulting her and dragging her out by her hair. You haven't seen the worst of it yet. And threatening to pepper spray her. At the beginning of the event, I made an announcement where we were to maintain decorum and anyone who interrupted or caused a ruckus would be asked to leave, Regan said. Noting that her first cat call happened during the invocation at the outset. Video shows Norris eventually approach Borenpol, telling her she'll be arrested if she doesn't leave the town hall. Do you want pepper spray? Borenpol's hand. Okay, so this is the sheriff, the one they said they could hand with one hand and her shoulder with the other. Please don't touch me. The Post Falls, oh, she's from Post Falls, resident said as Norris tugged her arm. Videos show Norris stepping aside and pointing at Bornpole and a woman sitting next to her, recording the interaction, gesturing to two plainclothes men. Oh, and here's where you get the information. So I think we should all look this up. Regan identified them as hired private security from Lear Asset Management, Inc. Like I said, this is the home of the Aryan Nation. So some of those who work forces are the same that burn crosses. That's all I'll say about that. Brent Regan, chair of the Kootenai County Republican Central Committee, said Bornpole and others... Wait. Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. The commotion ensued when multiple audience members chanted free speech, as the men confronted Bornpole and the event MC, Ed Beharana, stood at a podium on stage speaking over the din on a microphone. Quote, the reality is there's a whole bunch of great things that are happening. The problem is we got a bunch of rabble-rousers who just won't allow it to be spoken. So the thing is, what I'm going to do up here this is the truth of the matter, and you'll see it in a to Bornpole after she asked multiple times, then refusing to comply with their that he arranged for extra security because of recent online threats made against Representative Jordan Redmond, Republican Coeur d'Alene, one of the lawmakers present at the town hall. Threats are just people who don't understand what's going on. There's no room for dissent in Idaho. That's what you should know. Videos show three men, this is a woman, a small woman, wrestling Bornpole out of her seat and onto the ground into the aisle, holding her by her feet and shoulders as she lay on her back. She pulls herself again to her seat where two men force a struggling Bornpole again to the floor and hold her on her stomach. This man is assaulting me, she shouted as Norris stood by and recorded the scene on his phone. They grab her by her hands and drag her into the lobby as a mix of boos and cheers fill the auditorium. So again, you can read this. All of these articles and clips I'm showing you are available in the live sources section in the Discord. I put all the links to this, the articles, and I'll show you. Well, actually, I feel like it should have already been in here. So if I can't find it after this, I'll find the GoFundMe, but I know it's in the outline. So all of this stuff is in the outline. You can join the Discord in my link tree. And these are the larger, it's like a 15-minute clip, but I broke it up into two pieces. And this is where you can really see like the horror of what was going on.
Into account the people sitting next to you. There's a bunch of people that came here to hear them. There's an opportunity for you to sound off, but not right now. And because you're not smart enough to know that, you're just crazy people. We're right now. Get out!
Notice how many people are screaming, standing up and screaming. And honestly, she's not the only person. I think there is a man who was zip tied in the hallway, and you'll see that soon. So I think they did drag out at least one other person, but everyone is screaming. The puzzle piece has not popped up, but I just got a notification from TikTok. So I'm just waiting because I don't know what that was. Last time the puzzle piece was a little delayed, so I don't know. Well, whatever. I guess it's not going to pop up. If it does, I'll do it. But again, so this is people shout. Many people are shouting. It's not like one or two women are screaming and everyone else is silent. This is delusional. And we should definitely follow this case, right? Because she was cited for something. And like, I think the GoFundMe is close to raising like 100 grand. It was like at almost 89,000 when I checked this morning. So I'm going to find the GoFundMe as we watch this.
The problem is we got a bunch of rabble rousers who just won't allow it to stand. So, the thing is, what I'm doing up here is I'm simply over talking you because your voice is meaningless right now. And we're just taking care of the rabble rousers. And we'll get back to hearing the legislators. Because really, you didn't come here to listen to me. I just happen to have a nice loud voice and a big microphone. Over all of you. And I can just talk for on and on and on. And look at this. This little girl is afraid to leave. She's spoke up, and now she doesn't want to suffer consequences. Isn't that the problem that we're struggling with so many of the kids today? Is they want to behave poorly and then not struggle with the consequences. That is shameful. I think what we've got right now is a situation where these folks are trying to filibuster and shut this whole program down. Unfortunately, they're being successful. To all of you who came here to hear the legislators, I applaud you for sitting there and quietly listening. I promise we will get back to them. In the meantime, we've just got to be a little aggressive with some of these folks here. Look at her. Oh, no, I should be removed. I should be allowed to try. You're not helping. You're not helping.
Welcome to Northern Idaho, where women have no rights. Trust me, I lived in Idaho for 5 years as a Division I athlete, and this was my experience. Like, this is pause my life for a second. Yeah, 3 grown men are assaulting a woman while everyone watches. This was my experience in Idaho. I'm not defending the Mormons, but I will say this: like, you have to understand the difference in Idaho. The Panhandle is. I'm not saying there are no Mormons. There are Mormons in the Panhandle, but it's less so. Like, Mormons are more in Southeast Idaho, in proximity to Utah, right? Like, they run the government there. And I will say, like, I lived in Southeast Idaho, not in the Panhandle. It's actually very different worlds. Like, I'm not saying Mormons believe that women have rights, but it's more like this softness of like, oh, women, like you're good people and you should have kids and then you get to live on this planet. Like it's more of the carrot, like this picture of like women as these child bearers and like Northern Coeur d'Alene, where this is happening. This is the home of the Aryan nation. This is like the stick. Like it's a different like place. So again, I'm not defending Mormons, but they're more concentrated hours and hours away from here, like in a different place. And no, Mormons don't behave like this. I mean, I'm not saying none of these people are Mormon because I'm sure they are, but concentrations of Mormons, they don't behave. It's a different world. You just have to understand the difference. But that's a whole, I could talk about this for hours. The panhandle of Idaho is a different world. If this happened in Southeast Idaho, people would be horrified. Like, like this was, they would be like, oh my God.
Now, for those of you who are not in the know, Save NIC published an email to come here today, and I applaud them for doing so. Thank you for coming. But the problem is this. They didn't come here to listen, they came here to interrupt. Explosions in Washington, D.C. Don't we have that same type of disruption everywhere?
Doing this. Hold on. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's not a puzzle piece, but they keep saying, like, do you hear the man who continues talking on the microphone being like, just like what this little girl is doing, people are creating disruptions all over the government. What? We're all being robbed. Even you poor people in Northern Idaho, you also are being robbed. And imagine like so confidently screaming random things. Just say, hey, I don't understand the economy. I never passed macroeconomics. I can't read. Like most people, I read at a 5th grade reading level and I don't understand words. This woman is a doctor who probably does understand. That's my guess. And she's fighting for them as they tackle her and assault her and taunt her on a microphone. Like the PTSD this woman must have. And I have a good update. Hopefully I added it to the end of the presentation. But like I said, the first time I looked at this GoFundMe this morning, it was like at 88,000 something. It's at $143,385 now for her legal fund. So good luck, Idaho. Like, I think that she's going to get off. We shall see. Oh, yeah. Someone said, is this a sundown town? Oh, for sure. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, the birthplace of the Aryan nation. This is the original sundown town. Do I look that black? I was a Division I athlete when I had to play volleyball. Not too couple of miles down the road is the University of Idaho, Moscow. When I had to play volleyball there, they were trying to spit on me and saying, "We have your mother in our trunk," which my mom is like 100% pure blood German, white. It's my dad that's not white, but that's what they were screaming at me. Yes, this is a sundown town. But I don't know if a puzzle piece is going to pop up or not. TikTok Studio keeps acting like I need to do a puzzle piece, but then nothing pops up. But yeah, that's actually a funny story. I would say moving to Idaho was one of the first times, like, because when you're raised in Phoenix, like, so many people are multiracial because of proximity to the border. Like, so, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a different experience. I never experienced how not white I was. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was informed in Phoenix. I wasn't white, but like not like I was in Idaho. Like that was when I was 100% informed. We don't want you here. You are not white. That was my first experience as like, and I'll say this, like, this is why, and again, not in defense of Mormons, but where I went to school, where Mormons are concentrated in Southeast Idaho, it wasn't bigotry. It was just like, oh, we've never met someone that looks like you. Are you black? You know what I mean? Like, it was just curiosity. I didn't feel unsafe where I went to school, which was Mormonville. Like, I didn't feel scared. It was when I went to the panhandle of Idaho where I was like, what in the F is going on? Like, that's the difference. Like, right? Like, they were just like, hey, like, are you black? Like, versus what happened when I had to play volleyball at the University of Idaho, which was like, we don't want you here. You could fill in the blank for yourself.
What's your badge number?
You close your mouth and you don't close your mouth. You have an opportunity to speak. No, where are the badges? Who are these people?
I thought Republicans believed in free speech.
Not when you're interrupting when somebody's speaking. That's what your problem is. Instead, you'll get an opportunity to go to a mic and speak, but you gotta keep your mouth moving. There will be public comment. Then why are you here? Why are you here? All you're here to do is to disrupt.
Just to be clear, thank you for the gift. That man is cheering on the abuse of this woman, particularly in many clips, because these are not the only clips I watched. I watched probably 20 different clips. This man is cheering on. I'm sure his children are lovely. This man is cheering on the abuse of this woman loudly, like unspoken, like, yeah, she deserves it. In what world does any woman deserve to be assaulted by 3 men, threatened, and then more men are on stage from the bully pulpit calling her little girl and cheering on that she's being assaulted?
All you're doing is disrupting. Hey, get out of the way! Get out of the way! No, you shut up. You don't need to show a badge. Private security.
I'm a media.
Yeah, rip it up here. I'll have rights too. Want me to rip yours? It's not nice.
Congratulations.
She's trying to speak up for the people that we've got it.
Say your name. Say your name.
Does the water,
How many children do you have?
0.
Good. Are you married?
Ladies and gentlemen,
That's fine. No, that's fine, but we're very proud of you.
Thank you. I can't. Who are these guys?
We don't know.
Let's go. Get up. Get up. Get up.
That's definitely assault.
One of the comments said they would have never guessed I'm multiracial. Well, then I think you're out of touch with what white people look like. This is my winter color. Catch me in June and you'll see the other color I turn. When you're multiracial, like I have like 5 different colors of makeup because of exposure to the sun. I turn many different colors. This is my winter color. But yeah, my father is half indigenous Mexican from the Yaqui tribe, which straddles the Arizona, like it's the Pascua Yaqui tribe, which is in southern Arizona, and then like the other half is in Mexico, and then half Black, African American, and my mom's 100% pure blood German. So you meet my grandfather had a farm in Minnesota, and I used to have to go spend the summers there, and he would tell me that I ruined the bloodline, and I didn't understand fully what he meant. Like, I knew he came from Germany, and he would tell us like we were all pure-blooded Germans, and I'd be like, and like he had a huge farm in southern Minnesota. So during World War II, you know, like the schmatzy prisoners had to work on farms in the Midwest. And he would tell us like these weird stories. He'd be like, those good German boys, like, I don't know why they were prisoners. And we're like, what the fuck are you talking about, Grandpa? And then it became clear, like, you remember whenever you could start getting like DNA tests? And my mom got one. She's 99.99999% pure-blooded German. So now I know why he hated me so much. It all started making sense. He was serious. And here's my final story about growing in a family like mine. Like, when my grandfather was dying, he was a very wealthy farmer. He had a lot, his hands in a lot of pies, but he had a lot of money, right? So he had this very rare like blood disorder, and the Mayo Clinic is in southern Minnesota. Like, if you don't know what the Mayo Clinic is, it's a famous research hospital. And so they were treating him there, and he was so sick. He was paying for like 6 blood transfusions a day. And like when he was finally about to die, like they're like, okay, we were all there, and they're like, your grandfather wants you to come in one at a time, and he's gonna like impart to you guys some wisdom before. And we were all like, because some of my cousins were like adopted from Korea, so I was not the only one very aware that our grandfather was a schmatzi, like, who did not want us there, right? There were some Koreans and like me, and we're all like, oh, here we go. So I go in there alone, and he's getting about to get a blood transfusion, and all I hear, and I swear to God, I will never forget this, he's yelling at the nurse, there better not be any N-word blood in that blood bag. And the nurse is just like, okay, weird man who's about to die. And I'm like trying to inch out the door, like I am part Black, and he's screaming. And I'm like, okay, some people just need to die. Like, look, this was imagine growing up in this family. Like, that's how I grew up. That's why I'm so messed up. If you want to know why I'm messed up, that's why.
You're not allowed to be here. You need to go right now. Hey, dude, you're arguing. Hands off, dude. Hands off, dude, motherfuckers. Get down. You've been trusting us. You guys are going to have to go to jail. Get up and go. We don't know. We really don't know. We need to be in jail. Yeah, they did security. He's making me in jail. Who are you? We're yes, we're all. Your own flex card. You don't have to commission your violation. Sirs, you're against the law right here. Bullshit. Look at that. If she'll go, she can go. Yeah. Oh, sure.
So again, if you're just joining, this is a Republican town hall in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where 3 men are assaulting a white woman, a doctor, for no reason. And like, she's screaming like, where are your badges? It turns out these are not police that are assaulting her. These are private security from a place called Lear Asset Management Inc. These aren't even cops that are assaulting her. Yeah, she's a doctor. That's correct. She's a doctor who has ran, that's why I took you guys through the article before. She's a doctor who's ran for the House of Representatives, like the state legislature in Idaho 3 different times. And they've been assaulting her now for almost like 9 or 10 minutes, right? And you'll see more people gather in the hallway, and they're like, what the F is going on? It's insane. Like, this is Again, we've been watching town halls all around the country, which are amazing to see, right? People holding Republicans accountable. Coeur d'Alene is the most Republican place. These are Republican district, like gerrymandered Republican districts. Everyone votes Republican. These are Republican town halls with Republican representatives. And this is the first incidents of violence against women or against anyone that we've seen. These town halls have happened all weekend and all last week, all around the country, where Republicans are pissed at their own representatives. Yeah, it's literally assault and kidnapping. They threatened to pepper spray. They were going to release pepper spray into a public place. Like, if you've ever had to pepper spray, so I have been mugged twice and still not pepper sprayed people because I know it gets on your hands. Like, if you pepper spray someone, you're also going to pepper spray yourself. Like, these people are out of their minds.
Okay, then get your hands off.
Get up and leave now.
Get your hands off.
Let's find out what your names are first. I will need you to tell us your names.
We're the security team.
Who do you
Now, either get up and go. Do you want to go?
Do
you want to go?
No. What's your fucking name?
Did you guys get the pictures?
What's your fucking name?
Please move on.
What authority? What authority?
I love this woman because she's like, what's your effing name? It's like, this woman is a fucking hero. That's what she is.
I'm sorry, too.
Public establishment.
Yeah, this right here is disgusting.
You guys move on, please. You guys move on.
We just want to talk. We just want to want to say what they have to say in a public forum.
She's the press. She's the press.
Disgusting.
Hey, she's the press. She's going to get.
Where's the rest of the zip ties?
Yeah, what? She's disgusting. Where's the restroom?
Alex.
Notice it's all women in the hallway, right? Until they zip tie they grab one more man, I think, like in the second part. This is the first part of the video. I'm going to switch to the second part, like where the cops have arrived. Actually, let's watch the very end, but you'll see it's only women defending her. Like this, welcome to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, in the panhandle of Idaho, home of the Aryan Nation. None of this is surprising to me.
I'm about to get $1 million from these motherfuckers. Wait and see. As soon as we know their names.
She's been trespassed.
Okay, so that's the end of this part. And then it's then the Idaho police the real cops arrive, and thank God a woman. Like, because.
If you want to go out that way, or if you want to go out.
Hey guys, let's go this way. Okay? Go ahead. We need to go this way. We need to clear the hallway, folks. Thank you so much. We need to go this way, everybody. Yeah, good question.
At the end of this hall to the right.
We need to clear the hallway, folks.
No, we can't clear the hallway so you could assault this woman.
Looks like they have This room is on itself.
Why? Who are you? I actually am very uncomfortable right now.
He has no right to.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. But why are you letting him touch me? What? He just grabbed my shirt. You are back in front of me. Are you? Am I safe here with you? Yes. Stop. Okay. Tell him to walk away from me then, and I'm happy to sit right here. Can you ask him to walk away?
This weirdo who's not a police officer is continuing to assault her while the actual police have arrived. He's part of a private security company called Lear Asset Management, Inc., which I think we should all look into. Everyone in this live should look up their phone number and call them and say, hey, it's really weird that full-grown men are assaulting women in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho while we all watch. Lear, L-E-A-R, Asset Management, Inc. It's a private security company, apparently in Idaho. 3 of these people, Lear, yeah, L-E-A-R, Lear Asset Management, Inc. Every 1-star Google, whatever. I think we should call and be like, it's really weird that it takes 3 full-grown men to assault a woman for 15 minutes while we all watch. And he continues to assault her once the actual police arrive. And like, that's the article I was reading to you. Then the actual like police chief gets there from Coeur d'Alene and is like arguing with the sheriff. And it's like, what the is going on? Like, what is happening? And there's another female police officer and she's like, I'll talk to you. I will sit here. Please make this man stop touching me. I'll write it in the comments while we continue to watch this travesty.
Thank you for touching me.
I gotta talk to you, sir.
Of course.
Did you see the guy just be like, okay, get away from her? That is the police chief. He's like, okay, get away from her, weirdo.
Right now, this way there. Right now, this towards here. Away from the hospital. You want to leave away from the ruckus, that's how it is right here. The rest of it is that absolute plan on it. This guy is, that guy is, it just put me out here by my hair.
He's saying he dragged me out by my hair. Like, literally, they dragged her out by her hair. 3 men who are not police officers.
I'm okay with that for just a moment in time. Where you guys part of your sheriff's office? The sheriff. Why do you think that out of I come along here and reverse the directions? How do you fortunately go that way? I leave it here and I go that way. And that way, just that way. And I don't see no other you guys and then hand so they can go out that way.
Excuse me. I know, imagine, like, where are all the men are still in the meeting. Like I said, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho is the home of the Aryan Nation. A lot of them were cheering while she was dragged out by her hair. It's unbelievable. Yeah, well, she's saying, I need to see, like, who you are, because they're all telling him, like, those aren't cops. Like, no one knows who they are. And like I said, so the dispute here is these are Coeur d'Alene police, and the sheriff, there's a difference between sheriffs in Idaho and local police. And so there was a dispute between the sheriffs, which is the same problem we have in Arizona, the sheriff's office versus, like we used to have Sheriff Joe who Trump pardoned and would do shit like this. And then the local police force.
I'm also
The GoFundMe has raised $4,000 more since we have just sat here. We're now we went from $143,000 to $147,961. Oh, this is satisfying.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I got you. I'm just saying, anybody in a black shirt here is
Hello, how are you? Nice to see you. Oh, good. Good. What's happening? Megan,
And then finally, there's one man there who's basically very young. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at least there's now one man. And then there's another man in the back who's like zip tied in other larger like screenshots you can see. It's like yelling to at people. He's like zip tied and he's like, yeah, all of these people in black are not police.
There.
Right here.
All right.
Again, we don't know what's going on when we get here, so that's why we're trying
to sorry.
Fire alarm. Watch the fire alarm.
Is your name Teresa?
Oh, they said they were impersonating officer. I don't know. There's two separate rumors. There's rumors that one of them originally was a sheriff. And then, yeah, I have heard that too. People are like, oh, he's not a cop and he's pretending to be. I don't know which one is true. It is hard to tell. People are screaming both things. But I guess I will be following whatever happens with this. It looks like the whole world will be.
I saw you with
And so that's pretty much the end. I want to find, let me see if my thing popped up because I have been screenshotting the GoFundMe. Let me see if it's here. Ugh, it's taking so long. I can just, hold on. I'm going to cast my other. For some reason, Apple is updating slowly today. Wait, let me think really quick. I just need to think how I share this. Okay, I think I can. I think I can. Yep, I think I can just switch really quick and show you guys the live. I'm just switching. I have so many Apple devices. It's disturbing. Yep. Oops. This is now we're looking at one of my phones. This is, if screenshot this is the GoFundMe. Hold on. I'm going to make it more tenable. Sorry. This is not a screenshot. This is the live GoFundMe. And you could see, like I said, when I first saw this morning, it was at 100 or 88,000. Then when I checked when we first started these clips, it was at 143. So they've already raised $5,000 more. I think this is definitely a worthy cause. Just screenshot this. It's on GoFundMe. You can find it. I also put it in the Discord. And then this long ass clip we've been watching, Tootle put it in the Discord. The 15-minute clip, it is in there as well. Just scroll up through the general chat and you can find all these references if you want to clip it and post about it or donate. This is her name, Dr. Teresa Borenpol. 147,961 in Idaho. That will go a long way to a defense. I'm feeling pretty confident. So yeah, just take a screenshot. This is who we are defending with our lives. What a great person. Gorgeous. And did you hear her say she has no kids? That probably pissed them off. In Idaho, your only job is to have kids. So I'm sure that really angered them. The press person was like, do you have any children? And she's like, no. I'm sure the men were like, now let's definitely beat the shit out of her. Yeah, like she was charged, like, and this is why I don't know if this will go through or be thrown out, because what they are charging her with is biting them. They dragged her out of that auditorium by her hair. I don't know if any of that will stick. They are not police officers. I don't know like what will end up happening, but I think she has a very good case and a lot of people who will be witnesses. Yeah, like when somebody's torturing you, if you're being dragged, if your body weight is being dragged by your hair, if that's ever happened. I have long hair, so I know. Like if your hair is being ripped out, you can't help your reaction to it. Yeah, Sheriff Norris is the problem. Like Sheriff Norris hates her. Like they know who she is. That's what it sounds like. Like if you are just joining it sounds like she ran for the state legislature as a Democrat 3 different times and lost. This is a Republican stronghold. It is the home of the Aryan nation. They do not like loud, educated women, especially not doctors. So yeah, it sounds like she was almost targeted. Yeah, yeah, and I will say this: there's conflicting things about the charges. At first, she definitely was charged, and then I've read like 10 articles on this. Some articles say she's charged, and some say they have, like, I did see one that said they dropped the charges. I don't know which one is true, but I don't care. Like, it sounds like this needs some help. Like, she's fighting the good fight. So, I mean, I don't know, but I like the latest updated article that I had read said that she was like cited for biting him, which is ridiculous. Yeah, no, God, that's what I'm saying. The PTSD of this, like, they're taunting her from the stage, calling her a little girl while she's being assaulted by 3 men. Yeah. Like, the amount of therapy this woman is going to need to ever be okay again is extensive for sure. So yeah, whoever said that, I agree. If anything else, it could go towards therapy. As someone who's been diagnosed with PTSD, this is the kind of thing that she's going to need therapy for. So whatever happens, I say we support her and we'll keep an eye on it, because that is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. Ugh. But anyways, yeah, when town halls go horrifically wrong. Sorry, I'm just connecting the other presentation from my iPad rather than my... Oh, now it updates. Now it's at the end of the presentation. But this is what I'm saying. This is the type of resistance it's going to take to, like, mean business and make some change. Like, these Republican town halls, like, people need to show up and say, like, what do you think you're doing? Anyways, I think we all know, right? So we were watching an Oklahoma town hall earlier go horribly wrong. This is Senator Mark Wade Mullen from Oklahoma. And I just want to show you, while there are Oklahoma town halls and people are like, why are all the federal employees being fired? Like, what the are you doing? Then on the national stage, this is their senator being like, oh, I don't know. I don't think there's a problem.
To the people in Oklahoma who've lost their jobs, who say they are hurting. They don't know how they're going to pay their mortgage. They don't know how they're going to make ends meet. Talk to those people. What's your message to them? They say enough of these cuts.
Well, I would tell you that the majority of the American people want to make sure that their tax dollars are being used correctly. I don't want anybody to lose their job. That's the last thing we want. But at the same time, anytime.
So again, if you just joined us, the Oklahoma is like the second largest employer of the federal government. So, you know, people are losing their jobs. Mark Wayne Mullen, you're aware. There are people protesting in the streets, losing their job.
And you're trying to secure this country, which a national security risk we have right now is our national debt. We have to make changes, and we have to make it quickly. Unfortunately, when we have bureaucrats and politicians that have wastefully spent the American taxpayer dollars, and we don't have to look any further than USAID to see the wasteful billions of dollars that.
Okay. 0.5% of the entire U.S. budget is everything USAID, the allocated aid, the workers that are associated. 0.5%. It is zero. This man is pathologically lying, right? If we fire the entire federal workforce, that's 8%. It's nothing. All of the money, right, is either in the military or in our social safety net. That's where the money is. So he can just continue lying and saying things that aren't true. This is a pathological lie. Oh, so again, just under $1 trillion is our military budget. That's the stick. That's us terrorizing countries on their own sovereign ground. The carrot is just $66 billion, right? That's, hey, here's it will help you fight the spread of HIV because that benefits us. Like, oh, here's some nice things to deter you from getting funding from China, right? Like, that's all it is. It's nothing.
spent, cuts had to take place, and every business owner understands this. Every business owner understands that you have to get your house in order before you can advance. That's exactly what Doge is doing. Think about this. Every successful business...
Again, every Republican will say, the only thing we can do is steal from the average American. No, it's not. What you can do is not give tax cuts to billionaires. You can say, hey, the same percentages middle class America and lower class America pay every year in taxes. Surprise, rich people are going to pay those same percentages. Everything would be fine. Raise the cap on the Social Security tax. The social safety net would be solvent. All Republicans are pretending is that that rich people should never have to pay their fair percentage. This is a lie. And I love to see that Republican constituents know that.
Quickly, before I let you go, the national debt is $36 trillion. Doge is only dealing right now with the federal workers, which is only 8% of federal spending, a small fraction of the federal budget. So how do Doge's layoffs actually deal with the debt problem?
Take care of your pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. Every business owner knows that.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Oklahoma, if you reelect this man, it is a sign that none of you can count. Literally, can you count or not? This man's an idiot. This man is an actual living, breathing idiot / pathological liar. What? Oh, you mean the plumbing business, the large conglomerate plumbing business you inherited from your daddy that you never started? Yeah, that must be what you mean.
In only 4 short weeks, we've already identified over $55 billion of waste and fraud.
Again, that's not true. All of that has been audited. Stop lying.
4 weeks into a 4-year administration.
And again, I don't think they're counting on the people to not. Do you understand how small, even if it was 55, which is USAID? Do you understand? 1/2 of 1%. Do you understand how small that is? 36 trillion is the national debt. 1/2 of 1% of the entire federal budget is USAID, which is 66 billion. 1/2 of 1%. The real money is in the military and in our social safety net, in Social Security, in Medicaid, and in Medicare. That's where the money is, and they're stealing it from Medicaid and from SNAP.
That is taking care of the pennies and going to get to the dollars. We will get our house back in order.
All right, Senator.
Yeah, he needs to not be ever allowed near the U.S. government for any reason ever again. Oh, yeah, and I thought it was cool that Chris Murphy posted this. He said, the way we beat Trump-Musk billionaire takeover of our government is to be crystal clear whose side we are on and how we would move power from the billionaire ruling class to the people. And I suggest everyone look this up. I'll just show you Bernie's walk-in, but not every town hall ended in a woman having the shit beaten out of her, right? This was 2,600 people who showed up in Omaha to listen to Bernie talk about how, there's an oligarchy forming and we need to do something about it.
Thank you, Omaha.
I love Bernie. Bernie is doing big things. Bernie is proof that age doesn't matter. As long as you can still effectively communicate, Bernie is drawing huge crowds and effectively explaining how billionaires are robbing us. That is the story we need to tell. poor immigrants crawling to the border and begging for asylum, they don't have your money. Use your brain. Those people become workers at the bottom of our economy. They are helping us. Those people don't have your money. Elmo, the person you've put in charge of stealing from you, has your money. That's who has your money. It's mind-boggling to me that we have to sit here. It's like, it doesn't take a detective to find out where your money is. It's not with the poor brown people. Use your brain. You can figure it out. White people, mediocre white people, I know you can figure it out. Brown people don't have your money. Oh, and I love her. Like, so if you don't know who Mikey Sherrill is, she is running for I took this screenshot to make sure I didn't get it right or wrong, because she is like the most accomplished person. She's running for the governor of New Jersey. She has a resume like Kamala's. Like, she was a former Navy helicopter pilot. She was a federal prosecutor for the DOJ. She's a mom of 4. And she's running for governor of New Jersey. She is one of the most impressive people I've ever heard communicate in my life. And she was going to like speak at an electricians union, just about like New Jersey business. But then she had to change like what she was going to speak about. She basically said, last night, Trump fired some of our nation's top military leaders, and every day he continues to threaten our democracy and values we hold dear. So this morning, when I addressed Democrats in Monmouth County, I tossed out my prepared speech and shared a little bit about the nation and state that I have sworn to serve. A few hours later, I was honored to earn their endorsement. Thank you for fighting with me. Let's do this. I love this woman.
So I had a speech written, and I wanted to come up here today to share with you how I was going to work to drive down housing costs, how the work I'd done to remediate commercial properties was going to ensure we were building but not on wetlands, building on already developed properties. I wanted to talk more about my plan for warehouses so you weren't sitting behind 5 semi-trucks on your way to drop your kid off at Little League. And I wanted to talk about all the incredible work I've done on flooding remediation, because I know that FEMA's going to run out of money and we've got to make sure our towns are more resilient today. But I've been fielding calls all night from admirals and generals about what's going on right now. I've remembered a couple months ago when I was so happy because Lisa Franchetti, someone I worked with at the Atlantic Fleet headquarters years ago, had been named as the Chief of Naval Operations, the highest ranking person in uniform in our United States Navy. And it would have been unimaginable to me as a midshipman that we would have had a woman in that role, because I remember the Chief of Naval Operations telling the Brigade of Midshipmen when asked about women serving on subs that would not happen in his lifetime, to a standing ovation. So I was feeling like we were really making progress here, and I was incredibly excited. And so I'm standing here today before you in this bomber jacket, which I don't normally wear at the county conventions, but I'm wearing it to remind myself of the commitment I have made to this country and to the people that I've always served. I'm wearing it today because I'm remembering the very first time I put it on and a World War II veteran came up to shake my hand wearing the exact same jacket. And I'm wearing it today because I'm so damn pissed off. I'm so angry at people like Stephanie Bice, a member from Oklahoma who I thought was a reasonable...
That's the woman who we heard her town hall earlier that Rachel Maddow played when a veteran called in and she's like, did you know that we were using veterans money to fund illegal immigrants? And the guy's like, that's a false flag. No, we're not. And I'm disappointed in you for even bringing that up as an excuse for cutting veterans benefits. And now Mikey Sherrill is bringing this clip up in her speech in New Jersey. And I'm so glad she did.
Because I'm remembering the very first time I put it on and a World War II veteran came up to shake my hand wearing the exact same jacket. And I'm wearing it today because I'm so damn pissed off. I'm so angry at people like Stephanie Bice, a member from Oklahoma who I thought was a reasonable person, and yet who, when a veteran called into her telephone town hall and said, what's going on with my veteran benefits? I'm a Republican veteran. She said, did you know the VA is giving money to illegals? What the hell? Thank God he called her out. He said, that's a false flag. That's ridiculous. And I'm sorry that you're saying that to me today. I'm standing here because I'm looking at a future and I'm seeing it slip through my fingers, and yet I know that we can preserve it here in New Jersey. So that's why I'm running for governor. Because we have a job here, and it's a job that nobody is better suited for. This is who we are. We believe that you don't take an oath to MAGA, you take an oath to the Constitution, and you serve the people. And so I'm going to fight for each and every one of you, and yes, I'm going to fight hard to lower costs. I've been ranked the most effective member of Congress because I can cut through red tape and bureaucracy, and I don't stand for the status quo. I'm going to deliver for you, but at the same time, I am here asking for your vote, I'm asking for your support, and most importantly, I'm asking for you to join me as we fight for the things we care about, the people we love, and this great nation. So thank you all so much. I sincerely
say, like, there are good people left in this country. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we all have to remember while watching ourselves be gaslit and lied to and robbed. Remember that there are good people out there who want to do good things. I'm not going to cry, but like, man, it is easy to lose hope. And this is what I'm talking about. So again, we just watched all of these local town halls and actual people trying to affect change. American citizens standing up to their Republican constituents and speaking the truth. And then there's Trump, who's a pathological liar. Like, I'm no longer going to say, oh, he starts with a little seed of truth. Every word out of this man's mouth is a lie.
Some members of Congress in red districts are facing pushback from voters in town halls. We know that Americans voted for you on the immigration and the economy, but these voters say they're angry and frustrated by these firings. They don't like the work of Elon Musk and these other actions. What do you say to them?
Who do you work for?
I work for ABC News, sir.
Who?
ABC News.
No wonder. Let me just tell you that I have today the highest poll numbers I've ever had. I have today the highest poll numbers of any Republican president ever. We haven't even checked the Democrats, but that's what I was just told. And they like the job that we're doing. They like the job that Elon's doing. He's doing something that a lot of people wouldn't have the courage to do.
This is why I won't play Trump clips anymore, because they're all lies. He's a delusional liar. Like, that's what I wanted to spend today doing, is showing you what's really happening in this country and how pissed people are, while this pathological liar continues to pretend that he's a winner. He's not a winner. So let's just, again, get into it. Like, I showed you this last Thursday. The official polling, real polling, Gallup polling, right? He has the worst presidential approval rating ever, like since the 50s. This is not fake. And just to explain it again, let's have Rachel Maddow explain just how abysmal and how much everyone in this country does not like Trump.
Or so the data is in. It's been a month officially as of today for this new presidential term. And what the data says, sort of broadly, bottom line, is that the country kind of hates this guy. Yeah, I shouldn't say hate. It's not the right word. It's not a nice word. Maybe it's can't stand him. Or maybe I shouldn't characterize it at all. I'll show you the numbers. I will say we probably should have seen this coming.
And Trump is citing a source. I just want, and I was going to say, I explained this on Friday. The poll that Trump is citing is Rasmussen, which was thrown out of aggregate polling. Like they're polling like 538 and other aggregate polling like the New York Times and Washington Post that are polling from reputable polling sources like Ipsos, and they basically threw Rasmussen out for being skewed towards Trump and using non-mathematical polling methods. So Trump is citing the only poll that mathematicians have said is statistically not real math, so they can't use it. It's just Trump paying a publication to skew polling towards him. So if anyone's curious what Trump is talking about, that is what he's talking about. But this is Gallup polling, real math.
I didn't necessarily believe that it was coming this far, this fast, but, right out of the gate, Gallup did polling just after the inauguration. They did their first poll on public opinion of Trump in this second term, starting immediately after the inauguration. Literally, they had their first poll in the field.
I just want to Kay Cameron said, Rasmussen has always been right-leaning. That's true, but they were still included in aggregate polling up until like a year ago where they were actually thrown out. They were given chances and said like, hey, you need to use like statistical mathematics to do your polling or you can't be part of like 538 aggregate polling. And they would not change their skewed fake math. And so they've been thrown out of all, look at the New York Times polling and where they're getting their aggregates from. Look at Washington Post. Look at 538. Look at Silver Bulletin. None of them include Rasmussen anymore because they were thrown out because it's not sound math.
The first full day Trump was in office, the day after he was sworn in. That is the definition of the honeymoon period, right? That's when you are at your high water mark in terms of what people are expecting from you and hoping for from you. But in that first Gallup poll of this presidential term, sort of shockingly, Trump was already underwater. In his first week in office, more Americans disapproved of him than approved of him. I mean, only by 1 point, but still, that's unheard of. That's a more than unusual thing in presidential polling. Gallup, in fact, said at the time that in the 70-plus years they have been doing presidential polling, Donald Trump is the only president for whom his approval ratings were underwater right at the start of his term in office, meaning more people disliked him than liked him. So in that first week Gallup poll, Trump was underwater, 47 approving, 48% disapproving. So that means he was coming in at -1. And like I said, that was something we haven't seen with any other president. And to me, actually,
that he's a loser. It doesn't matter what Trump screams from the White House 24 hours a day. Everything he's saying is a lie. Because math says different. Numbers don't lie. People don't like you, Trump. They didn't like you on day one, and that gap has grown at an alarming rate. Very quickly, never before seen in mathematics during presidential terms. People don't like you.
It was shocking enough that I didn't think it would stand. I thought that would be sort of an outlier. But now look at this. Gallup just did its follow-up poll, now 1 month into Trump being back in office, and his numbers have gotten worse. He's not -1 anymore. Now he's -6, which makes him, at this point in his term, not only the most disliked and unpopular president in 70-plus years of Gallup polling, Gallup says it actually puts him 15 points below the average polling for presidents. Again, over the last 72 years in which they have been doing this polling. At this point in a presidential term, 1 month in, the average is 15 points higher than where Trump is right now. Nobody has ever started off a presidential term this poorly in the eyes of the American people.
Sorry, I have to embarrass someone in the comments. I'm sorry, Kash Patel, that you are so stupid that that is your actual name on TikTok. This is a place of learned people who aren't idiots. So you get one chance to not say idiotic things in the comments, quiet down and learn, or I just block you. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's very clear you're not very good with numbers. Then why did he get elected? I don't, because he's a liar. Do you not get it? Are you getting it? Because he told a bunch of lies. And now when it's time to deliver on the lies, people are looking around and saying, "Oh, you were lying?" It's not hard, Kash. It's simple logic. I know you can figure it out. So either pipe down. If I see you say any more stupid things, then I just block you. This is not a place where idiots waste our time. This is a place of people who actually want to learn things. Stop wasting our time with your idiocy. Yeah, good. Okay, I hope that's okay, or you will just be blocked. And in every other account you come back and say something dumb, that account will be blocked too. You are not smart. Pipe down and learn from people that know more than you.
I mean, all presidents are above water at this point in their presidencies, right out of the gate. Trump's the only one. Trump was underwater with the American public from day one, and since then he's been sinking like a cinder block in an ocean trench. I did not know to expect that. To be fair, part of the reason I'd expected that Gallup number might go up and not down is because Gallup's not the only game in town. There were other national, well-regarded quality polls that came out right at the start of Trump's term that did show him in positive territory. Not big positive territory, but still positive. Like, for example, the Quinnipiac poll, which came out in late January, right after Trump was sworn in. It showed Trump doing okay. I mean, not great. But in that poll, he was above water. He was +3. But now, though, again, 1 month in, that same poll, Quinnipiac, it's flipped. He has gone from +3 in his first week in office to -4 now. That is a quick turnaround for a poll that initially looked okay for him less than a month ago. It looked okay for him. Now it looks terrible for him. Why is that? Well, it's because Trump's been doing stuff. And what the data shows is that almost every single thing he has done is soundly and clearly, and in some cases, wildly unpopular with the American people.
But it just doesn't get old. Now, in case, Kash, you can't stand when women speak, I also assume you can't read. So I'll read this to you. Ruh-roh, to quote Scooby-Doo on how Americans view the economy. Just 20% view it as excellent or good. Now, let's see. What is the remainder of 20% view it as excellent or good? That's 80. That's the vast majority. Yikes. 59% say the economy is getting worse than at any pre-COVID point during Trump's first term. Danger.
Ruh-roh, the reboot not as well received as the original. Economy is currently good or excellent. Look at this. In April of 2017, it was 40%. Look at where we are in February of 2025, just half that level. 20%. My goodness gracious. The term one high was 63% of Americans in February of 2020 thought the economy was excellent or good. This 20% we have currently going on right now is fewer Americans saying the economy is excellent or good than at any point during Trump's first term. This is not a good sign, Kate Baldwin.
J.D. Vance said last week, you got to give them time, even though that's not what they promised in the campaign. They said they bring prices down day one. But what is the view of the future economy then? Yeah, so this is the current economy. How about the future economy? Is the economy getting worse or better? And all I can say is, yikes.
Yikes. Again, compare it to where we were in the first term at this point, April of 2017, 53%. The majority said it was getting better. How about now in February of 2025? The majority say it's getting worse. 59% compared to just 35% who say it's getting better. Worse is higher now than at any point in Trump's first term pre-COVID. This number, to me, is much more worrisome. Perhaps the worst number I've seen for Trump on the economy, because it says even if the economy now isn't great, they also project that it's only going to get worse from here. This is a big, big yikes.
And folding inflation, just like the general views on inflation.
Yeah, okay. So I think the question is, what's exactly cooking here? What is going on? You know, there's this whole idea that Trump was going to bring down inflation, right, Kate? So what are Americans actually saying? You know, are Google searches for inflation going down or going up? They're going up. They're up 123% from February of 2017. And more than that, perhaps even more important, they're up 23% from last month. Americans' fears about inflation are not going away. They are as interested in it as they were by the end of the Joe Biden administration. And the bottom line is they're far more interested in it than they were at any point during Donald Trump's first term. As I said at the beginning, the reboot, the sequel, is not being anywhere near as well received as the original when it comes to Donald Trump and the economy.
That's because it's harder to grift people a second time, right? He promised everyone the moon. And just to be clear, Trump is the reason. Trump added the third most to the deficit. Cash, if you're still in here quietly learning, you should learn. What you blame Joe Biden for was Donald Trump. Take a macroeconomics class and learn how fast it takes to turn the economy around. Trump has been a lame duck president now twice, right? He had 4 years in his first term. He spent and spent and spent and said, don't worry. What did he do? What did he actually do? He cut taxes for the rich primarily. He gave some small tax cuts to the middle class, which you guys cling to like something happened. But again, when you're the leader of the free world and you have to balance a budget, Trump added the third most to the deficit in modern history. He ran our economy into the ground. Then the pandemic happened, and you blame Joe Biden for it. What Joe Biden did was turn the economy around, right? He recovered the best in the G7 from the pandemic. He lowered, after 2022, consistently lowered inflation. He turned our economy around. Then you idiots blame Joe Biden for everything that happened because, yeah, the pandemics are uncomfortable. They're unprecedented. You were scared. And instead of blaming the guy that ran the economy into the ground leading up to the pandemic, and most importantly, had them cut oil production, right? That's another story. But inflation started in 2022 when Trump cut oil or went to Russia and went to Saudi Arabia and told them to stop oil production during or at the end of his presidency. And then inflation rose and rose and rose. And you can see when that deal with OPEC ended, inflation started decreasing. That was Donald Trump. Donald Trump did that to us. That combined with labor issues related to dock workers. That is what happened with inflation. But no one understands that. They blame Biden. And now we're back, and he's back running our economy into the ground and robbing us in real time. And this one, he will not get away with. And that's the best part. And now I'll say this again, I'm not defending Mormons, but I am a little bit, just because I think they have a little bit more empathy than most, right? Like, this isn't the most empathetic thing I've ever heard John Curtis say, because it's not. It's going to piss you off. But he is a Republican senator that has said some things. But I'll put him on the same level with Susan Collins, as I call her the Amy Coney Barrett of the Senate, right? Like, asks really good questions and acts outraged, but then never, like, casts the right vote.
If I could say one thing to Elon Musk, it's like, please put a dose of compassion in this. These are real people. These are real lives. These are mortgages. It's a false narrative to say we have to cut and you have to be cruel to do it as well. We can do both.
Mm-hmm. No, we don't have 8%. None of the money is in the federal government. This is to stop oversight. These are people who were investigating Elmo. 8% of the entire federal budget. We could have no one working in the federal government and we've cut 8%. It's nothing. That's not going to fix our debt. That doesn't matter. Trump is adding trillions to give tax cuts to billionaires. That's where the money is coming from. Forget the tax cuts. Have billionaires pay the same percentage as the middle class. That is the answer. Raise the cap on Social Security tax to $250,000. Then the social safety net is solvent. These are real answers. It's just in the Republican world, for some reason, rich people never have to pay their fair percentage. Oh yeah, and I hate you know how I feel about Susan Collins, and I always find it funny because like Ron Filipkowski is always all over her because she always will do these great sound bites. Susan Collins is the senator from Maine, and she'll always be like, "Oh, I'm very concerned about this. Oh, like what's going on here?" But then Susan, like, she never comes through in the end. And Ron Filipkowski's like, she's very concerned now, won't do anything about it as usual, but very concerned. That is how I would literally say Susan Collins is. When are Republicans going to grow a spine? How long does it take to spontaneously, as an adult, grow a spine? Someone needs to look into that. Like, can we grow spines on rats and then transfer them into Republican Congress people's backs? Now, that might be some medical research we need to look into.
The impact of the federal firings had on Maine, Senator. How would you characterize the impact on the firings?
I'm very concerned about the impact on the state of Maine on everything from our national parks to biomedical research. So this is a big problem.
Oh, we feel your concern, Susan, as you hide in an elevator. Like, I know so many people need to retire, and I'm not an ageist, but I'm just saying. Oh, and I have so many great graphs. So this is going to be great. If you're here to learn and you're an idiot, like maxyourcredit.com. I just saw you requesting. I had to debate you once and it was physically painful because you knew nothing. So, oh, there's Cash again. Great. Now you're about to learn something. Let's all learn through graphs because I know you guys can't read. So visual aids may help you learn. That's why I used to be a teacher and a historical researcher. So don't worry. I know you guys can't read. The share of Americans employed by the government. So this is the truth, right? You heard me say it, but I'm a woman, so you probably don't think I know anything. Even then, if I added together all the knowledge in MAGA men's brains, my brain is bigger. But I get it. I'm a woman, so you might not get it. Yes, I do want term limits, Cash. We all want term limits. Everyone wants term limits. But then again, like that's a double-edged sword, Cash, because now you're using your brain, so I will acknowledge you. I do want term limits, but then again, if constituents want to keep electing the same person who keeps falling down the stairs, are they allowed to or not, right? Like, direct democracy allows you to send whoever you want to Washington. Maybe we should have them all complete an obstacle course before they get run. I don't know, because I don't know how some of these people like Dianne Feinstein, like, again, and I'm giving you an example of a Democrat. This woman had signed away power of attorney of her own estate to her daughter. She wasn't making decisions about her own life, but somehow was a senator in the U.S. Senate. Like that, those are the things that disturb me, like that we should all look into, right? Like once people fall down the stairs for the third time, maybe they should not be there. I don't know. Like, I don't know what the answer is. Yeah, I think we need to think about that. But then again, it's our one chance for direct democracy. So maybe you should be allowed to elect. If you want to elect someone that can't hold their own head up, maybe you should be allowed. I don't know. We'll have to all ponder that. But this is what I want you to say. Because 8%, if we said everybody working for the federal government, you're fired, that's 8%. That's nothing. That won't save us any money. It will do nothing about our national debt. And here's the fascinating part. So Steve Ratner is an economist I love. He's a genius. I suggest his name is at Steve Ratner, Rattner. I suggest to follow him every day. He puts out amazing graphs that are easy to comprehend. So, the share of Americans employed by the government steeply dropped in decades leading up to 2000. So, we were already firing the federal workforce leading up to the 2000s, like in the 90s, and has remained essentially flat since. A bloated federal workforce is a myth. Look, this is the reality. This is just a talking point. No one's working at the federal government. It's not going to help our national debt. However, Elmo was being investigated by a lot of these people, and he's pissed about it. It's not going to help us to fire the federal workforce. It won't help us with the debt. We were already firing them. Again, and he had some great stuff this morning. The House GOP plan Trump endorsed, right? This is the tax plan, is poised to slash Medicaid by around 10% and SNAP by around 20%. And here's the crazy part, and increase deficits by $2.8 trillion to pay for tax cut renewals. Look at this. We are being robbed so billionaires can get tax cuts. $880 billion. Look, when it says 2008, that's 2.8 trillion in net deficit reductions. So billionaires can get tax deductions. We are being robbed. They're going to cut Medicaid, student loans. When you hear Department of Agriculture, that is SNAP. $230 billion. Yeah, we'll see if this goes through. But I want to get, and I love this because this is the best part. Of course, the people that stand to be the most affected by Trump's sweeping slashes are the very people he promised he wouldn't hurt. Look. Good luck, red state. Good luck, welfare states. And I shouldn't say this because I'm in Arizona. Like, that's where I live. Right? Arizona, we're not surviving. But that is the South. These are welfare states, right? Like, the people that put Trump in office are about to have all their benefits taken away. It's fascinating to watch. It is reverse Robin Hood, robbing the poor to give to the rich. And it's like watching this in real time. I shouldn't say it's fascinating, but this is like, as a history major and a former historical researcher, this is history in the making. Like, people will not stand for this. Trump is about to rob poor Republicans in the southern states to give tax cuts to billionaires. Will they take it? I doubt it. That's why these town halls are popping up. People are fucking pissed. Like, they're finally getting it. And here's, God, Steve Ratner is great. Republicans are cutting Medicaid and SNAP and hiking deficits to pay for the $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. So again, they're asking to raise the debt limit by $4.5 trillion, but probably we're going to hit the deficit by $2.5 trillion. But if Trump actually wants his laundry list of unrealistic campaign promises, because Trump's a liar, Trump promised people a lot of things. They're going to have to find closer to $7.8 trillion. Now, let's remember what all Trump had promised people. The TCJA extension, no tax on Social Security. Does anyone remember that? Restore full SALT deduction, no tax on overtime, corporate tax for 15% corporate tax for domestic industry, no tax on tips, auto loan interest reduction. Here's what Trump ran. Here are the lies Trump ran on. Our country will go bankrupt if all Trump's lies come to fruition, yes, just keep tapping the screen with rage or with happiness because I'm so smart. Well, Steve Ratner's smart and I just can read. But again, this is just $4.5 trillion to raise the debt ceiling. Now, the Night of Long Knives in Schindler's 1930s, that was about offing the true believers. The true believers are anyone left in the Republican Party that believes you're conservatives. If you believe you are a fiscal conservative, watch out. Because this is not fiscal conservatism, right? There's no part. Trump doesn't know any. Trump presided over bankruptcy after bankruptcy after bankruptcy. He ran our country into the ground in his first presidency. If you don't believe me, just Google. Trump added the third largest to the deficit in modern history, and I'm sure many articles will come up and graphs like this that can walk you through that. Trump has no intention of not running our country to the ground. He's robbing us in real time. And I don't believe that he's ever going to make good on his promises, just to be clear. Last Thursday, a week from last Thursday, the 48-page budget House resolution thing came out. None of this was included. All the reasons people are like, no tax on tips. Oh, I'm going to vote for that. None of it's in there. So just to be clear, I wouldn't get your hopes up. Republicans are slashing Medicaid to pay for tax cuts that this is where you're going to be pissed, disproportionately serve the wealthy. The top 1%, wait till you see this, will get an average of $70,000. How does that make sense? It only does if you're insanely rich. Oh my God, wait, I have to find this chart. Hold on. I might not have added it to my presentation, but I have it. Let me just find it. Here it is. Oh God, I can't even look at it. It just pisses me off. Okay, so I haven't looked at this for a while. I made this yesterday. Okay. Again, so the poorest people, the lowest quintile, right? We are paying more. We are paying more in taxes. $130 more. Second quintile, $480 more. Middle quintile, we're paying $1,030 more. Fourth quintile, $1,930 more, right? These are how, and then here, top 1%. I believe it's if you make $1 million more a year, you are getting $70,000 more, right? Yeah, here's the percentage. Here's the percentages. Oh, yeah, these are just the TCJA. This is not with tariffs. Because I was like, I don't recognize this. Because if you figure in the actual tariffs, the lowest quintiles will be paying more. Okay, so now I get it. So these are just looking at the taxes without the tariffs that each household will pay. Because I was like, no, this should be in the negative. Yeah, so if you are making, I believe it's $1 million or more, you get $70,000 back. Yeah, top 1%. And these are the percentages. Yeah, after-tax income. Average percentage change on after-tax income. That is insane. 3.2%, 70,350. And I'm trying to think if I have it with the tariffs figured in, because then it decimates. Like, we're in the negative. We pay. Everyone pays pretty much. But like, I think it's if you make like 360,000 or more. Thanks, Trump. Must be nice though. I used to like the most I ever made when I worked in the tech industry in advertising. I think I made like 300 something, but not 360. Just to be clear, I have no money now. I just want to be clear. So yeah, like however much this is going to kill us all, it will kill me too. But it's crazy to think about. Oh, well, I guess when I was making money, it was a while ago. So maybe It is comparable, but not really. Hold on, let me find my place. Sorry, I just forgot to add one graph. Oh, here we are. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah. Now I remember where we are. Ugh, I love this, man. IRS funding ensures the rich. Okay. And this is something that MAGA does not get. So I think it's super important to understand. Like, if there's one thing I've noticed about MAGA when Trump, because Trump's a liar. So in one way, I don't blame you, but at some point you got to start reading, right? If you don't make money, if you make less than 100,000, IRS agents don't do your taxes. They're done by computers, right? They're just automatically, they know how much we owe, right? So Trump convinced you guys. Remember when he was running and he was like, Joe Biden's trying to hire 200,000 IRS agents and they're going to come after single mothers and take their money. That was a lie. That was all a lie. Right? IRS agents go after billionaires. They do high-level forensic audits of corporations and very rich people who are doing things like basis shifting. If you don't know what that is, it's because you don't have enough money. It's very hard to levy money from rich people because they're hiding it, right? So these are high-level, IRS agents are high-level forensic auditors. If you make less than 100,000 or less than 150 or less than 200, it's a formula. Computer, they know how much you owe. No one's auditing you. Do you want to know why? Because how much forensic auditors make an hour? It's not worth it for you to be audited. You don't owe enough. So it's negligible, right? Just a computer figures it out. And if not, like, sorry, you don't make enough anyways. They would charge more to figure out how much you owed. So IRS funding ensures the rich pay their fair share. And here's something you don't know. For every dollar, and what is it? It's like for every dollar of our tax dollars that pay for IRS agents, we get like $3 back. It's revenue positive, and not from people like us. They just computers figure out how much we owe. We don't make enough for a forensic audit to happen, right? It's from the rich. And that is why Trump and I know, I was going to say 6, but I think it is. It's the highest return on investment in the federal government. Like if we had, for every dollar we invest, I think it's 5 something actually. The last time I checked, I think it's $5 and something cents we get back. Like high 5, like 80 something last time I checked. Here's another, and as long as we're talking about where we make money, Trump is pretending that stopping medical research is saving us money. It's the opposite. For every dollar we invest in medical research, we make $2.46 on patents. Like the HIV drug, we developed it. The U.S. holds patents and then we sell them to pharmaceutical companies. Our tax dollars develop patents that make us money. Trump is lying to us. So basically Trump promised here, in case you don't know, Trump fired the head of the IRS. You know who's running the IRS now? Not an accountant. Never been an accountant. His name's Billy Long. He used to own a putt-putt golf place. You think I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. He is not an accountant. He is not an auditor. He is nobody that knows anything except for he was in Congress, like in the House. Of course, he couldn't be a senator for like a couple years. Yeah, he was a putt-putt golf owner and he tried to destroy the IRS. Trump promised a bunch of rich people to destroy the IRS. This is where we need to levy tax dollars from, rich people. Ours are just a mathematical formula. Okay, and now look at this. This is where we're being robbed. Look, return on investment for us, poorer people are moving to the left. That's us here, down here. Poor people right here. That's all of us. Top 1%. For every dollar invested, they get $6.29 back. This is why Trump fired everyone in the IRS. This is where we make money in the IRS. High-level forensic audits of billionaires and corporations hiding money through things like basis shifting. For top 1%, $3.18. Oh, 0.1% is $6.29. And Trump promised his rich friends that they could rob us all. Meanwhile, they have to steal Medicaid and SNAP money from the poor. This is the truth. You are being robbed by Donald Trump and rich people in real time. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, Toodle. None of this includes tax havens and offshore, like all the money hidden offshore. This is not that. This is not that. That's closing tax loopholes. That's another whole thing we could do. We could close tax loopholes and levy money from that. Yes, we could also do that. This is just tax revenue we will never take in from the rich. Makes me want to become an expat. Amen. Oh, and then Chris Murphy. So then he made this video, like kind of not directly explaining that graph, but he explaining like what Trump was doing at the IRS to protect rich people from ever paying taxes. Oopsies, sorry.
So this week, Trump started laying off thousands of people at the IRS. 5,000 of them are in the Collections and Enforcement Division. Now, you may think there's no reason to care about folks at the IRS getting laid off. Not a lot of tears are shed for the IRS. But I want you to understand the game here. The game is to allow billionaires and corporations to get away with tax fraud. The people that they are laying off were the people that went after the thousands of millionaires and billionaires who cheat on their taxes on a regular basis. Elon Musk paid no income taxes in 2018. Jeff Bezos paid no income taxes in 2011 and 2007. That is outrageous. And whether or not that's fraud, there's fraud happening all over the place in this economy. And the IRS, on our behalf, on behalf of the people who pay their taxes, needs to go after the richest people in the country, the corporations who aren't paying their fair share, to make sure that they pay their taxes too. The whole game, guys, the whole game is Trump doing favors for his billionaire friends. And this particular favor is gutting enforcement at the IRS to make sure that his billionaire friends, his corporate friends, can get away with paying no taxes or paying way less than they're supposed to, while all the rest of us obey the law. So this week, Trump started. I'm worried. So this week.
Sorry, I just couldn't make it. For some reason, I couldn't find the pause button. That is the reality. If you believe for a second the IRS is after you and you don't make an exorbitant amount of money, they're not. Forensic auditors make hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars an hour. They go after corporations and they go after billionaires. They go after the 0.1%, maybe the 1% if they're doing something like horrifically offensive to the American public, like a Ponzi scheme. Like they don't go. And I was just thinking of an example of this. Can I give you guys, oopsies, sorry. I need to, thank you. I'm resetting the gift goal now. Let me give you a document. I love a documentary rec. Hulu, and actually it's if you don't have a Hulu, don't you worry, because I realized it's not actually a Hulu documentary. It's an ABC News, like studio news documentary. It's called Scamanda. Do you know what? Have you guys seen this? It's like, this is when I say, like, you'd have to be doing something so morally horrific for the IRS to get out of bed to do something to you. This woman was like pretending to have cancer and defrauding people. Like, it's like a 4-part documentary. It's on Hulu, or if you just have regular TV, it's on like ABC. Oh, yeah. And it was a podcast a while ago. Yes. but you should see it because they've got the, oh my God, the 4-part documentary will have you wanting to like throw things at your TV. Like, yeah, oh my God, it's so good. So, and she really only like defrauded people, I think like 150,000 or something, but like, you're telling people at a church that you have cancer and they're like praying over you and then you're like stealing from them. Like it's like Scam and Amanda like smashed together. It's Scamanda. You will not regret watching this. You will want to freak out. Like she's like preaching and like, oh my God, it's so awful. I don't know. I don't even know how you can do something like that. Like she full on. I mean, I do Munchausen. She has Munchausen's, and she's a pathological liar. I know exactly how she's doing that. Yeah, it's crazy. You will not stop watching until because all 4 episodes are out now, so you can binge watch the entire thing. Like highly. Now that's an because and there's an IRS agent in there, and she said, we would never touch this case. Like this woman's like to the IRS, that's chump change. Like you make 100,000. Like I said, it's just computers compute how much how much we owe in taxes. There's no IRS agent overseeing our stuff. And she's just like, it's just morally wrong to be defrauding people. So I just decided we need to stop her. It was like a charity they did at the IRS. You watched Mr. McMahon last night? That shit is scary, isn't it? It explains a lot. I love Eric Swalwell.
I'm worried about Doge making us less safe. When you get rid of the bird flu monitors who protect us, against...
Oh, sorry. So Scamanda is on Hulu if you have Hulu. If not, like, if you have cable, it aired on ABC, like, every Thursday night, I think. So if you have like any means of cable or anything you have, you can search Scamanda. Because I thought I had to wait for Hulu to put it out the next day, and like on Friday, that I realized, oh, I have YouTube TV, which is like a type of cable. So then I was like, oh, I can just like record it and see it earlier. Yeah, and it's a podcast. But I like to watch it because it's fun to watch everyone in person get so irate. It's not on Netflix. Stop saying it's on Netflix. It is on Hulu or ABC. It is on Hulu or ABC. Those are your options. I can promise you it is not on Netflix.
I'm worried about Doge making us less safe. When you get rid of the bird flu monitors who protect us, protect the chickens against bird flu and then keep the cost of eggs down, that does not make us economically safe. When you get rid of people at the FAA as planes are crashing in America, that makes us less safe. When you get rid of FBI agents who are supposed to watch out for terrorism, that makes us less safe. When you get rid of people at the CDC who are supposed to protect us from a measles outbreak in Texas, that makes us less safe. So in California, when you get rid of firefighters at the Forest Service, as we have unseasonable winds and the fires that have ravaged across Southern California and Northern California, that makes us less safe. I'm all for efficiency, but I'm also for protecting the people who count on the government.
Amen. Except for I just can't allow the lie. Can I just say, I know it seems like planes are falling out of the sky, and I don't think it's helping that we're firing like the FAA because Elmo is mad he's being investigated, but plane crashes have been declining statistically for years, and they are still on track to decline. Like, just to be clear, as somebody who likes math and numbers, we are still safer in planes than in cars. That is true. I know it doesn't seem like it. Oh my God. Oh, I love these things. Oh my God, I love those cats. Yeah, we are statistically still safer in planes than cars, and plane crashes have been declining for years. Yeah, so I know it feels like, oh shit, like the planes are falling out of the sky. They aren't. land upside down. No, I know. They really aren't, though. Like, we technically are still safer, and I really do hope I don't think what Trump is doing at the federal government is good, but also, like, as it relates to that really horrible plane crash over the Potomac, like, I think it's the Washington Post that did like years of study. It was a Washington Post exclusive. There have been near misses like that for like 2 decades over the Potomac with military helicopters and landing planes. So yeah, it's actually, you just have to do a lot. You just have to do research. I wouldn't worry. If you're worried about getting on a plane, I don't think that is reality. But like, this is interesting. Listening to, and again, I just want to make sure, if you don't follow at Tennessee Holler, they are an amazing publication and they are such a great account to follow. Like, you will learn things you never thought you would learn. But anyways, listen to this.
Alex Schmera. I am Dr. Ben Andrew.
My name's Cody Anderson.
My name is Katie Sandlin.
My name is Andrew Lennox.
My name is Nick Hand.
I'm Riley Ratcliffe.
My name is Jonathan Cammons. I oversaw cybersecurity for the VA.gov websites, and about a third of USDS, including me, were fired last week. Without people like me ensuring that VA.gov is secure, the private financial and healthcare data of Americans' veterans is at risk of being stolen, sold to the highest bidder, and used to harm people.
We are standing in Yosemite National Park. For the past 10 months, I was a custodial worker here. I picked diapers off the side of the road, toilet paper, beer bottles, cigarette butts, you name it, so you didn't have to see it.
And I served as the Chief of Safety and Emergency Management at the Philadelphia VA. This was a mission-critical role that ensured the health and safety of all those who entered into our facilities.
I used to be a NEPA coordinator for the Wrangell Ranger District of the USDA Forest Service, where I would coordinate environmental review for projects in and around the town of Wrangell, projects that are crucial to the town's economy and its people.
I moved from Alabama to Maryland to start my new job in genomics education and outreach at the National Institutes of Health. My job was to help educate students, teachers, and healthcare providers about genomics to improve patient care and develop the future scientific workforce.
I was a technologist at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau for about 1.5 years before I was fired last week. We were the ones making sure that you could use payment apps without being constantly scammed, that your sensitive financial data wasn't being collected and shared with shady companies, and that your data wouldn't be leaked in a data breach.
As the only aquatic ecologist at the largest reservoir in the United States, my job was mostly to monitor for water quality for recreational uses, making sure that when people are out boating or swimming, that the water quality is sufficient to keep people healthy.
After leaving the military, I wanted to continue serving my country, and I did so as an administrative officer at the Veterans Affairs and Medical Center in Ann Arbor, Michigan. My job was to enable our medical providers, and that meant looking at the hundreds of doctors and the thousands of patients' schedules to make sure that nobody walked through those doors and was not treated. Make sure that we had all the paperwork and credentialing to send those veterans home with the prescription medication that they needed. And we didn't waste a single taxpayer dollar.
I went into public service.
I'm just pausing it because, like, I heard people in town hall saying that veterans weren't fired. I heard Republicans being like, we're not firing veterans, and people being like, I know a veteran that was fired, and then be like, oh, well, that was a mistake. They'll probably be hired back or something ridiculous like that. And I did do some research on that. There have been, because this is what Elmo is doing. Elmo is not an auditor. Elmo is not a professional. Elmo, I explained this last week. They are searching for trigger words, right? That have to do with DEI or ridiculous things, and accidentally firing people or just permanently firing people for no mother effing reason. And then saying, oops, so sad. So I'm so glad these videos are coming out. We'll watch till the end. And I saw someone say, I need to know where this comes from. I'll show you the Tennessee Holler account. Again, you don't have to be on X. I'm pretty sure they're on Blue Sky, and I'm certain that they are on TikTok. I think they're on TikTok as well. So I'll show you their handle after we get through this.
Because I wanted to use my tech expertise to make an impact. A lot of the time, I was seeing a skill set like mine be used to make more money for big tech companies at the expense of everyday people. And I wanted to try to help level that playing field.
I went into public service because I'm passionate about helping others learn science and to also give back to a country that has given so much to me.
I joined the Park Service because I believe that the national parks are one of the best ways that we can share America with everyone.
I chose public service because my mother worked 30 years for the VA Medical Center in New Orleans. As a kid, I said one day I'll work at the VA.
I got into this job because I'm not in it for the money. I don't make that much money, but what I do believe in is the National Park Service and our mission to protect these beautiful and insanely unique monuments to the rest.
I'm a huge fan of rock climbing and like outdoors people. I lived in Idaho for 5 years. I took survival classes. Like I used to survive in the Idaho wilderness for college credit. So like I'm a huge outdoors person. You know, they have been flying the American flag upside down at Yosemite to like commemorate all of the people that have been fired. If you don't like, the National Park Service has been devastated by Elmo, like the most beautiful places in America that we need to keep safe and beautiful, like have been devastated by these people. Yeah, El Capitan. Yeah, they're flying it on El Capitan. And I just saw this. Sorry, my stupid computer went to sleep. Joanne, thank you so much for the $50. That's everything I do. I rely on your guys' support. Like I'm 100%, which I love. It's free market capitalism, as Republicans love. Thank you for your knowledge, time, and keeping us informed. Like this is how we're going to stay sane, by doing this for the next 4 years. How many hours a day do you spend researching this so you can educate us? I want to know. I appreciate what you do. Thank you for the $10, Kimberly. Like, I get up at 4 a.m. And this is the thing. Like, I used to be a teacher. Like, that's what people don't get. Like, me doing this is the fun part, right? Like, the work is what I do for hours before I screen record all these and do all the research. But it's like putting a puzzle together for my brain. Like, I see the world in patterns and like, I want to tell the right story for you guys. And then I feel like after I've done like for 1 minute, I can relax and like everything makes sense for a second. Like, thank you, Faith, for the $10. Keep up the fight. Will do, because this is the most valuable job I've ever had in my life. I used to waste my time in the tech industry and advertising. Now I'm doing something that means something. So don't you worry. I will never stop doing this. As long as you guys allow me to do this through your support, I will continue to do it, because for all of our sanity, we need to deliver the real news, not the fake news. Oh, I need to update the gift goal.
To the world.
If they offered me my job back tomorrow, I would take it, despite all the chaos and risk. The mission is still there, and I'm still ready to be a part of it.
We're not deep state actors. We're not faceless bureaucrats. I'm a veteran that wants to help veterans. That's why people join the federal service. They do it to help others and serve their country. This is the face of the federal agencies.
Thank God we have... Isn't he cute? Is it me or is that guy? That guy's adorable. Just saying. He's cute. Like... And again, this is the account, and I'm fairly certain you can follow them on TikTok. If you don't know what a holler is, you have to come from like West Virginia or Tennessee. A holler is like a borough, if you will, of backwoods Southern people. It's like a little township, if you will, a holler. It's like a little thicket of Southern people huddled together, surviving. So it's at the T-Ed Holler. I forget people don't know what a holler is. Like in West Virginia, a holler is like a town, maybe like a small town of backwoods Southern people. The deep bottom between two mountains. Thank you. That makes more sense. Thank you. Yeah. So hollers are like little valleys, if you will, of groups of Southern people, like in the mountains, in like the Ozarks and like the Cumberland Gap and areas like that. Hamlet. Yeah. Not unlike a New York Hamlet. There. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. I was like, township Hamlet. Yeah. It's like a northern Hamlet, but in the South. Yeah. So you're like, why the hell is it called a holler? That's why. Oh, yeah. I'm going to skip that because I don't think it's that much information. But you know me and Hakeem. I love him. Hakeem Jeffries was on Midas Touch this weekend, and he was doing an amazing job. They call him the Obama of Brooklyn, former federal prosecutor. It's sad that I know so much about him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. First of all, what does any of this have to do with making life better for everyday Americans, with improving the quality of life, with driving down the high cost of living in this country? Absolutely nothing, because their true objective, it appears, is to raid the federal government. There's no reason in the world why Elon Musk should need access to our names, our addresses, our bank account information, our birth dates, and our social security numbers. There's no reason in the world why Elon Musk needs access to the tax returns of the American people. Look, we've introduced legislation to block him from getting this access. Lawsuits have been filed to stop him from accessing this data. And we've got to use every tool in the toolbox to push back against it and make sure the American people understand what's happening. Elon Musk has emerged as one of the most unpopular figures at this juncture connected to the Trump administration. As you pointed out, Donald Trump's poll numbers are moving in the wrong direction, and it hasn't even been a month at this point in time. And so, the real question for all of us is going to be, what is the corrupt bargain that has been struck between Donald Trump and Elon Musk? What is he really after in this regard? It certainly has nothing to do with protecting the best interests of the American people. And we're going to have to continue to drive that narrative home, and we will.
Yeah, someone said that they saw a town hall with Hakeem and he's getting yelled at. Like, you mean in his district? Like, here's the thing. Any town hall you go to, people are going to yell things because people are scared, right? I think at any town hall anyone holds, people are going to be like, what the F is going on? But Hakeem Jeffries and his organization, like, I just can't describe enough. And yes, I've met him in person during Kamala's, but like what he's done, the coalition he holds together, the way he has every Democrat voting as a block, and that will become what we were listening to at the beginning of this live, James Carville saying, hey, in the next 6 weeks, Trump's approval numbers are already tanking. Like, his hold over this administration is going to falter because he's going to try to rob us, to force what he calls this big, beautiful reconciliation bill, which will bankrupt America. What he did with the TCJA tax cuts before, times 10. He's going to rob us all. And they have such a small margin in the House where he's the minority leader. And none of the Democrats are going to vote. And they're going to need Democratic votes because the far right fringe won't vote for it. So Hakeem Jeffries holds all the power. And he is a great coalition leader in the House. Truly. He's a real leader. And he just got there. Like, this is his second year. And this man is running the tightest of the tight ships. So I'm just telling you guys, like, continue to be impressed by him. He has what we have going on in the House, like, we are running circles around the Republicans. That is the truth. But it's just started. Like I said, it's his second year as minority leader. We have lawyers upon lawyers running circles around the Republicans. Didn't they already pass it through the House? No. What? No. Okay, so a week from not last Thursday, but the week before, right, there's a budget committee. We don't have the majority, but the budget committee came out with like the 48-page budget reconciliation plan, which is where they're like, yeah, we're going to rob Medicaid and we're going to rob SNAP and we're going to rob poor people so billionaires can have their tax cuts, which still won't make up for it. Just to be clear, even when we rob all poor people, we still are going to run our country into the ground. Trump is still going to bankrupt us, right? But that's not the vote. That's just the budget committee that's controlled by Republicans voting to move that budget out of committee, right? We're careening, not looming. I guess I should say careening towards a government shutdown, which is, I believe, the middle of March. The government is going to shut down. And I explained this a week ago, but there were two competing groups, right? The Senate, because there are some Republicans that don't like what Trump is doing, the true believers, the real conservatives that understand he's going to bankrupt the country. Those were actually the Freedom Caucus and Lindsey Graham in the Senate, and the Republican senators that are better at math. So they were trying to stop it, and they wanted to fund the border separately and then have Trump's tax cuts in a separate bill to try to kind of stop him from this big, beautiful bill that will bankrupt the government. But Trump doesn't want that. He wants to rob us in one big, beautiful bill, which Mike Johnson, who's his yes man, is going to put forward. And Trump has signaled this is the bill. Oops, puzzle piece. This is the bill he wants. So the government is going to shut down. So they're probably going to try to force it through then in the middle of March. So it's coming. Or they will just do a continued, if they can't get the votes then or something, then they'll just do a clean CR, a continued resolution, and live to fight another day. But that's why James Carville, that clip, that Democratic strategist is we don't have to scream and shout. They are going to run themselves off a cliff, and then they're going to need help. Remember, in the House, to move this huge bill to bankrupt the government out of the House, they have a 2-seat majority. They have a Republican fringe of people that don't want to help. They don't want to spend this money. They're true believers in fiscal conservatism. So they're going to have to go to this guy, the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for votes, and they won't get a goddamn vote from us. They're going to shut down the government, not us. Don't be clear on that. The Republicans have control of the House, the Senate, the executive branch, and the Supreme Court. Republicans are running the government. Whatever happens is because they're incompetent, but we're not going to help you rob poor people to give billionaires a tax cut. So that is what we are gearing up for. There's going to be a crash landing of Trump has to force through this bill to rob us all, to rob poor people of health care, to take SNAP benefits from children in red states. So, and we're not going to help him take food out of the mouths of children. So when this passes, if and when it does, it's not going to be because the Democrats helped. That's what he says. One big, beautiful bill. That is, yeah, thank you for saying that, Shy Socks, because that's not coming out of my mouth. That's what Trump calls it every day on True Social. And then dumbasses repeat it, not knowing oh, that's him robbing us. And actually, God, I need to show you this. And this is a video from TikTok, but it's from PBS News. So if you're wondering where this comes from, I just love this because someone finally made a video and it's God, it's the weirdest thing. Trump said he didn't know anything about Project 2025, and then every single thing in his executive orders is from Project 2025. I'm vindication. I mean, not that we haven't figured it out. We know. But remember what, the lies of Trump just keep stacking up. Oh, I've never read Project 2025. Well, every single executive order you signed is word for word out of the text of it. So it's super strange that I do believe Trump can't read, but I do think someone explained to him and he's like, oh yeah, that sounds great.
During the heat of the presidential race, the 900-page Project 2025 became a rallying cry for Democrats and a focal point for their warnings about a second Trump term. It was published by the Conservative Heritage Foundation, and it outlined plans to reshape the federal government, expand presidential power, and enact right-leaning social policies. In polls, it proved widely unpopular with voters, and then candidate Trump distanced himself from it, calling parts of it, quote, ridiculous and abysmal.
I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it.
But a recent analysis by Politico found dozens of instances where President Trump's executive actions have closely aligned with Project 2025. Megan Messerly is a White House reporter for Politico and co-authored the piece. Megan, so good to have you on the program. Let's start with a big picture overview here. What policy aspects of the second Trump administration most dovetail with Project 2025, according to your reporting?
We found significant overlap, on social issues, on immigration, on government staffing, energy, foreign affairs, the economy. But really the biggest category that we saw was this sort of social issues category, as President Trump has really taken this aggressive posture on culture war issues in the early weeks of his presidency. So I'm thinking about policies like ending diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, using the Civil Rights Act to remove quote, gender ideology and critical race theory from schools, and also ending government efforts to fight misinformation and disinformation.
And again, these were all things that Donald Trump promised that he would do what he could to eradicate when he got into office. On those DEI examples, are there some examples you can cite that illustrate the connection between the two?
Right. So I think a really clear one is Project 2025 calls for deleting the term sexual orientation, gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion for really every federal rule, every agency regulation, contract, grant that exists. And one of the president's early executive orders similarly called for.
That is what DOJ is doing. When I say they are searching for trigger words and then just denying just canceling cancer research. And like I said, NIH medical research, for every dollar we invest of our tax dollars, we get $2.46 back. We should never stop medical research, but that is what they were doing. Tomorrow is the only day I don't do the people's receipts. Come to the broadcast tomorrow. It's a little bit earlier. It's 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern. We have a doctor. She does medical research. She applies for these grants and talks about ones she's recently denied for trigger words, for separating things out by gender. Like, it's ridiculous.
Terminating DEI mandates, policies, programs under whatever name they appear. Another one that jumps out to me, Project 2025 really asserts that DEI has become this vehicle for what it calls unlawful discrimination in federal agencies. And we saw a corresponding executive order saying that federal hiring should not be based on race under what it describes as sort of the guise, is the word it uses, the guise of equity.
Last week, as you know, a federal judge blocked this executive order that aimed.
The rise of mediocre white men is what I like to call it. She's too proper to say it, but that's why we need TikTok and other media. The rise of mediocre white men whose mediocre egos are threatened by brown and black people who are smarter than them. Oh, I'm sorry, not just brown and black people, women that are smarter than them, disabled people that are more capable than them. All of this is to consolidate power amongst upper middle class and above mediocre white men who feel like nobody respects them anymore. That's because no one does. Because we can smell your insecurity. It's wafting at us from a mile away. If you're so capable, whatever happened to the meritocracy? Why don't you compete with the rest of us? It's the weirdest thing. The most educated cross-section of people in America is black women. So I don't know. But mediocre white men are desperate to claw back their importance.
To restrict gender transition care for young people. What did Project 2025 say specifically about that issue?
Yeah, it really talks quite a bit about gender identity. So one of the big things it talks about is, rescinding healthcare protections for sexual orientation, gender identity, which were issued by the Biden administration. And it also uses this language to, quote, protect minors from gender mutilation. We see that reflected very clearly in an executive order that really focused focuses on, transgender healthcare, using that similar language of chemical and surgical mutilation, really paralleling.
Did she say ginger transition? No, that is a genetic. That is a what am I trying to say? It's a. Oh my God, I can't remember what I'm trying to say. But no, I don't think this is about ginger transitions. That is a gene, a deviated gene, right? Like ginger. Is this a ginger transition? No. But don't give Trump ideas, because that will be the next. That will be the next thing to go. The old gingers are trying to transition.
Project 2025 there, and also specifically referring to that Biden administration guidance on sexual orientation and gender identity and rolling it back. And then another example that comes to mind is Project 2025 really calls for, defining sex to mean biological sex recognized at birth. And the president very early on issued an executive order, stating it's U.S. policy to recognize, two sexes, male and female. And we've really seen that already have, ripple effects across the federal government.
One major tenet of Project 2025 was shrinking the overall federal government. In specific, it talked a lot about USAID. I believe it was saying scale USAID back to pre-pandemic levels. But it seems as if the Trump administration is going even further in this instance.
The administration really is. The Project 2025, the way it phrased it was, the pre-pandemic budget levels being sort of a minimum. And the Trump administration has really gone far beyond that in its sweeping cuts to USAID. It really has been working to dismantle the agency almost entirely, though a lot of that is obviously wrapped up in litigation right now.
That project also called for really addressing government staffing and employment overall. Can you tell us about the parallels? Again, we've seen so much of this with Elon Musk's Doge operations, firing workers across the federal government. What are the parallels there?
Right. So, Project 2025 really lays out this, sort of sweeping blueprint for remaking the federal government and the federal bureaucracy. Of course, Trump's budget director, Russ Vought, being sort of the architect of that plan. He authored a whole chapter of Project 2025. But two really clear things that I think we've seen come directly out of that blueprint and translate into executive order policy. One of them is Project 2025 called for this hiring freeze for federal career officials. That was implemented from the president by executive order. There's also this so-called Schedule F proposal, which basically just makes it easier to fire career civil servants. And we saw the president put that into place as well. And this really just underscores the president's vision and Russ.
Are you getting it, MAGA? Is it clear? Am I spelling it? Am I making this clear enough? I feel like I'm making it really clear and still they might miss it. You know what I mean? It's like, is this too many big words or are you getting it now? The whole time you were lied to. It's all a lie. It's just, I know. And then that's the most important thing. While you still cling to MAGA, we're saving money. We are not saving money because all of this is to make up for tax cuts for rich people. We are not saving any money. You're not saving money. And then someone said this, rightly so. Donna, thank you for putting that out because I keep saying this. The wrongful termination lawsuits we are paying for with our tax dollars. You think you can legally do what has been done here? The amount of lawsuits we are going to be paying out for years to come will bankrupt us alone. You can't do what they have done legally. Do you understand labor law? We are never going to be done paying out these lawsuits. Like, God, they would have to think to understand it. So, yeah, they don't understand.
Trump goes along with this Republican push to take a bite out of Medicaid. He's going to feel that bite in his ass. Okay.
This is Chris Cuomo, right? It looks like Chris Cuomo. Does anyone remember the clip I was showing last Friday where he wasn't aware of the Medicaid cuts and someone had to tell him and be like, yeah, Chris, Trump is cutting Medicaid. Have you read the Republican budget? Like, he's cutting Medicaid. And now Chris Cuomo, I just thought it was funny when I saw this clip because I'm like, now Chris Cuomo's like, can you believe they're cutting Medicaid? It's like, yeah, Chris, after the clip where someone had to explain to you they were cutting Medicaid, I'm glad you figured it out.
Trump goes along with this Republican push to take a bite out of Medicaid, he's going to feel that bite in his ass. Okay? Hear me now. Believe me later. Okay? You go after Medicaid, you are messing with the people who need help most in this country. And that is something that is not going to be a good look for a president who wants to be considered one of the greatest. To put more pressure on the poor at the same time that you're giving a tax cut to the rich? Seriously? You're going to cut from Medicaid to give tax cuts to wealthy people. Now you'll say, well, no, it's for everybody, tax cuts in the middle class. Look, we did the math the last time. We'll do it again this time. The best estimate from Trump's perspective was 75-25 top tier benefits to mid and lower tier benefits of the tax cuts. The Democrats will come back at me and say, no, it was over 80%, went to the top 1%, whatever. I'm saying the most generous reading I've seen was 75-25. It was not a middle class tax cut. And to take it out of the ass, out of the...
And he's being generous. It is not, he's right. He's being generous because your numbers that is the most generous reading I've ever heard because Chris Cuomo is a moderate Republican in disguise.
Poorest people to pay for that is really messed up. Now, why would the Republicans do that? That's their game. The fringe conservative game is the power of the impoverished, which means they don't have any. They're not going to come back and bite us. They don't really vote. They're poor. They don't have the money. Who will be their champion? Who will step up and own that these people matter in America, especially when a lot of them are in red states? So the real focus of it is healthcare. Okay? People think of Medicaid and they think it's like a handout. Trump, go.
Every other developed nation in the world has free healthcare. We have every right to universal healthcare. Don't listen to anyone who tells you otherwise. We should be rioting in the mother effing streets for free healthcare. And think about it, like I have a small business, right? What I'm doing here is a small business. Like think how much easier if you wanted to start a business in capitalism, it would be if you didn't have to, as you grew your business, worry about paying for healthcare for employees. Every country in the developed world has universal healthcare. Do not let anyone gaslight you into thinking we should have anything. I thought Chris Cuomo was an independent. Yeah, you can call yourself an independent, but I call them independents moderate Republicans. I don't know. If you don't think we should have universal health care, I think you are a Republican. I just don't think you get it. Like that, you have to think about this, how delusional it is for Trump to say Canadians want to be part of the United States. The most right fringe of Canada has universal health care. Like, Trump's like, Greenland, which is part of Denmark, the best social safety net, the happiest people in the world, wants to be part of America. The right fringe of Denmark has universal health care. No one wants to be part of this shit show. If you think, welcome, the rest of the world has free. I lived in third world countries with free healthcare. Like I think Americans are a little bit out of touch with what's going on in the rest of the world. No one else is paying for healthcare, especially not in the first world. Oh my God, I love this part. Okay. I don't know if we have time for this, but Rachel Maddow, like, I mean, the takedown that Rachel Maddow delivered of Elmo was something. I mean, this is like a 10-minute, like, hey, Elmo is a fucking loser. And it was like one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. If you don't know, Rachel Maddow is 5 days a week for the first 100 days of Trump's presidency. And it is a thing of beauty. My Venmo is a girl has no name, just like it's right here. Sorry. Just like Venmo and Cash App is the same, just like my account name. But Rachel Maddow, it was like 10 minutes of Rachel Maddow being like, everyone in America hates Elmo. And I was just like, it just every minute that went by, I was like, it's getting worse and worse and worse. And I was like, I didn't know about this stuff. Like, you have to hear what people are doing, which I am on TikTok and I didn't even know about the shit people are up to. So you see if you even know about this.
When the new president decided to hand over a big part of running the government to his largest campaign donor, that meant inevitably that the United States government would soon start doing lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of favors for that campaign donor and his businesses and taking government action against his business rivals, etc. Was very easy to predict. It is a dynamic that is as old as time. And so we're going to talk about some of that tonight. But in addition to that donor being invited into the government and then the government starting to do things for the donor and his businesses, turns out it also cuts in the opposite direction as well in terms of what the public gets to say about this arrangement. Because if you think about it, what we've got now, thanks to Donald Trump essentially ceding his presidency to his top campaign donor, what we've got now is somebody who really does appear to be mostly running the government, somebody who's definitely destroying big parts of the government, but he's doing those things. He's taking that incredibly, incredibly controversial, destructive government role while he simultaneously is also running a bunch of companies, including the big one that accounts for most of his fortune, a company that is very much a public-facing company, not just in the stock market, but also in terms of, storefronts and the nation's roads. That dynamic, the fact that he is taking this government role, this incredibly controversial and destructive government role, while he is also the CEO and largest shareholder of Tesla, the car company, that has turned out to provide a quite unique opportunity for public feedback on his actions in the government. Did you know that the tailgate of a Tesla Cybertruck is a perfectly flat, light-colored, sharp-edged rectangle? Basically, it's a projector screen. If you have a projector and you shine the projector at the tailgate, it works really well, like it's a screen. Road and Track magazine today highlights a new effort that's been taking shape on TikTok this week, in which people are apparently driving around at night. At night is crucial for the projector part of this. Driving around at night looking for Tesla Cybertrucks. And then they project things on the tailgate. Like this one, Tesla Cybertruck, the most recalled truck of in 2024. Projected on the back of that truck. And there's a bunch of these that are way too crude for me to show on.
I looked some up after I saw this because I was like, how do I not know this is happening? And I feel like I spent so much time on you can't say 99% of these, it has to do with Elmo having a small penis and things. It's not good. You can't say any of these on the news. But I do suggest everyone to go hunt around TikTok because, man, is this a sport that we could all be participating in?
Television, but they are circulating widely on TikTok. Some of them have millions of views already. This one says, no, the price of eggs aren't falling, but the price of this piece of junk sure is. And then the K falls off the junk. This one says, hey, don't hate me. Musk sold me this S-Box. And the effer stole my social security number. This one says, figures, the guy who made a truck shaped like a coffin gets pleasure out of killing Sudanese children. That presumably is about Musk's chest-pounding glee over, in his words, feeding USAID into a wood chipper, while USAID, in fact, does provide aid to prevent starvation among millions of kids in Sudan. This one's just a playground taunt, honestly. Musk, this truck really is like you. And then it says, tons of hype, underwhelming in bed. Get it? It's a joke about the truck bed. I know. Yeah.
Underwhelming
like I
in
said,
bed.
there's a bunch of these I should not show on TV. A bunch of them making like crude jokes about what this big truck is compensating for. References to Elon Musk's stiff-armed salute on Inauguration Day, which he says was not a Nazi salute, but then he followed that immediately with lots of jokes on his social media platform about how hilarious Nazis are. But again, this projection prank that's taking shape on TikTok, these videos only started appearing about a week ago, but they've already got millions of views. Road and Track reports today that the comments on the videos are overwhelmingly supportive of the pranksters, quote, and many are begging for more videos. So that's happening. This was a protest today in Houston, Texas, at one of the Tesla dealerships in that big city. It's one of a lot of protests we have seen at Tesla showrooms and Tesla dealerships, both in red states like Texas and in blue states. This, for example, was Wednesday this week in San Francisco, Northern California.
A message for Musk tonight, a protest outside a Tesla showroom in San Francisco. People frustrated and fearful of the future, ready to stop what they're calling the looting of public services to benefit the ultra-rich.
It is part of a nationwide effort to push back and save services as layoffs and cuts continue in D.C. NBC Bay Area's Gia Vang is in San Francisco.
This corner of Van Ness and O'Farrell taken over by federal workers and allies. The location deliberate outside of a Tesla store.
We have the power to break Tesla, which is where most of Elon Musk's wealth comes from. We have the power to undo it. We have the power to not cooperate.
The same day as that protest in San Francisco, there was a really big protest outside the Washington, D.C. headquarters of SpaceX, of Elon Musk's space exploration company. Protesters blocking traffic and shutting down the streets there.
Hey, hey, go home! Elon Musk is not to go!
Some new video tonight as demonstrators march to the D.C. headquarters of Elon Musk's SpaceX, protesting what they call his takeover of government, calling it a direct attack on the American people.
This is a look at the march towards the SpaceX headquarters in D.C., about 2 blocks away from the Wilson Plaza in downtown. And these protesters are chanting right now, Elon Musk has got to go.
Again, that's just over the last couple of days in Washington and in Texas and in Northern California. But the world headquarters of Musk's SpaceX company is in Hawthorne, California, which is in Los Angeles, actually right near the airport, right near LAX. Next weekend, March 1st, there is expected to be what looks like it might be a large-scale protest at that SpaceX World Headquarters building in Los Angeles. Given that that's in LA and it's in a location that's just easy for a lot of people to get to, and honestly, given that they're giving people a week in advance heads up that they are going to do that protest on March 1st, I'm guessing that that might end up being the largest scale demonstration yet, targeting the president's top campaign donor, targeting Musk and whatever it is he thinks he's doing to the U.S. government. That one protester who we saw there in California explaining, in that clip from local news, explaining that most of Elon Musk's net worth is tied up in his car company, that is correct. The vast bulk of his wealth is based on his shares in his car company, Tesla. Tesla shares have dropped 20% in value since Inauguration Day. Tesla sales in Europe have taken huge hits recently, down 40 or 50% or more in the largest markets in Europe. Overall, in the last year, globally, electric vehicle sales are up 25%, but Tesla sales are down 1%. And down 1% may not seem like that big a deal, even as the overall market for that type of vehicle is going up. But consider that minus 1% of that drop in Tesla sales this year follows the last 2 years in which Tesla sales were up 38% and up 40%. And now this year they're minus 1. Now, how does that kind of thing affect his ultimate role in what he's doing to our government and what he thinks of his public image, and what he's making the public think of him? I don't know, but I think the most reasonable thing to expect is that it's going to be unpredictable, because I think there's a lot of weird variables at play here. I mean, obviously, this is a personal crusade of his to destroy as much of the constitutional republic as he can, without any regard at all for him having any legitimate government authority or following any laws. The personal dynamic, in addition, between this campaign donor and the president himself is very unusual, given that the president seems to have personally empowered this guy without actually giving him a government job. So the personal dynamic between them is all that Elon Musk has to stand on in terms of what he is doing to our government. The dynamic between them is weird, in which the president is effectively sidelined while
I disagree. This is the only place where I disagree with Rachel Maddow. I think that people don't get it. Like, I think Trump is smart enough to let Elmo be the bad guy. This is what Trump wants to happen, but he doesn't want to be the guy standing up here being like, "Oh, I'm doing all this fucked up shit." This is another human shield. All Trump does is hold up human shields in front of him. Yeah. And when he's done, he'll be like, "Oh, you guys don't like Elmo? You guys seem to be pissed. I'm going to get rid of him." Have you guys learned nothing from his first term? He's just like, "Oh, you guys don't like what this guy did, even though I was the one who told him to do it? Well, now he's gone, so let's just blame that guy, even though I was in charge of him the whole time." Like, this is just the largest human shield he's ever had. He is going to ride this one till the wheels fall off. Like, all of the bad news, all of the dumb ideas. Oh, look at him trying to inch his way off camera. He's doing it on purpose. This is his human shield. Deliver all the bad news for me while I huddle over here in the corner. Like, that is the point. Trump is not stupid. Would you want to be this guy? No. Everyone wants him to be. Nobody wants him anywhere. Oh my God. And we need to talk about this really quick. So I love how this person put it. More Janet Mills, less Susan Collins. Susan Collins is a senator from Maine. Janet Mills is the governor from Maine, who, if I'm not mistaken, was like the attorney general. She there as well. She has like one of the highest approval ratings for governors. So like Janet Mills is a force to be reckoned with. Have you guys seen this? Like, he had the governors in the White House and she's like, "See you in court, bitch." He tried to call her out and be like, "You gonna do it? I'm gonna say what I say." And she's like, "Yeah, I'll just see you in court, weirdo." Like, and this person's like, more Janet Mills, less Susan Collins. Could not agree more. Susan, are you watching Janet work here? Like, and well, I'll show you after, because I want to read her whole statement, because this is not, it's not about it. I mean, what she's saying is like, "No, you're not going to tell me like what I'm going to do with high schools in my state." But the larger point is just, no, states' rights, bitch. Like, whatever happened to states' rights? I was an attorney general and I understand the law. You are not running me over.
CAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is the Maine here, the governor of Maine?
Not here.
Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it, because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply, because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. and enjoy your life after governor, because I don't think you'll be in elected politics.
You know who I think doesn't have a future in politics? All of the Republicans that have no spine, that do whatever this loser says. Those are the people I fear for their future in politics. When Medicaid is gone, when Medicare is gone, and they had no spine to stand up and defend the people in their state. I think this woman has quite a future in Maine for defending the people in her state. Why is it always women? I'm not saying it's always women, but you know what I'm saying? Why is it always women who have a spine? And I just wanted to read this because I think it's important to understand, like, this is the full statement. Quote, "But do not be misled. This is not just about who can compete on the athletic field. This is about whether a president can force compliance with his will without regard for the rule of law that governs our nation. I believe he cannot. I have spent my career as a district attorney, as attorney general, and now governor. And those are the best governors, the ones who were also attorney generals, like that know the law and are willing to fight for it. Standing up for the rule of law in Maine and America, to me, that is fundamentally what is at stake here. The rule of law in our country. No president, Republican or Democrat, can withhold federal funding authorized and appropriated by Congress and paid for by Maine taxpayers in an attempt to coerce someone into compliance with his will. It is a violation of our Constitution and our laws, which I took an oath to uphold." Let's have a glove clap for the Constitution that still matters. And I do have faith that eventually this will come out. Trump is just some tyrant screaming things from a bully pulpit. He doesn't know the law. You weirdo. You're screaming at a former attorney general. That's what she's saying. She's like, this isn't me. Not to say she's not standing up for who plays sports where, whatever. But that is such a small part. This money was appropriated by Congress legally. He does not have the right to withhold this funding. He is committing a crime. The Impoundment Act, right? He can withhold the funds for 45 days and then he has to release them. He is committing a crime. And that's what she's saying. And can I just say, another attorney general who's going after him is mine from Arizona. Chris Mays is a force to be reckoned with, and we love her. She was on
almost all of these cases.
She was on Midas Touch this weekend talking about what she's doing to fight Trump in Arizona.
Almost all of these cases, we have gotten a TRO to stop him, and essentially what's going on. And I've said this before. I'll say it again. You know, this is a coup. This is a coup by Donald Trump against our Constitution, against our way of governing ourselves, because they are violating over and over and over again, not only the separation of powers, but also violating the court orders that we are getting. We have multiple federal judges who are saying to Donald Trump and Elon Musk, stop this now, and yet we believe they're violating those.
Love this woman. Love her.
Yeah, great question, and I'm gonna answer your question directly. But can I just also pause and let's talk about that visual of Elon Musk with the ridiculous chainsaw. You know, I don't think Elon Musk has probably ever actually used a chainsaw in his life. I don't know what that was, some lame attempt to make himself look manly. But at the same time, what he is doing is devastating people's lives. I mean, here in Arizona, we now have firefighters who are being laid off. You know, hotshot crews that are being laid off right before wildfire season. The federal funding freeze for a moment right before we got the TRO against it. meant that we were not able to continue with our efforts to go after the Mexican drug cartels and fight the fentanyl crisis. I mean, it's insane. Our rural hospitals were put at risk, our Head Start programs, Meals on Wheels, and yet there goes Elon Musk bragging about it with his chainsaw at CPAC or wherever he was. It's just.
I mean, not to be weird, but I will finish with this. Is that me with Chris Mays? Is this me? Is this me and her? Like, we're friends? Did I accost her at a Kamala Harris rally and force her to be photographed with me? Yes, I did. I'm like, no one knew who she was. Like, people were like, who's that? And I'm like, get out of my way. I was like pushing people down to get to her, and nobody had any idea who she was. And I was like, will you please let me take a photo with you? And I was like whispering weird things in her ear. I was like, I just love like that lawsuit you filed against Trump. And she's like, really? And I was like, I read every word. And she's like, thanks. I was like, you're amazing. My brother's like a corporate lawyer that gets paid like $800 an hour. And this was like the one photo where he was like, oh, you really are doing something. I was like, yeah, I told you that. Like, it took this photo for my brother to have a slight bit of respect for me. He's like, oh, yeah, I know her. She's smart. I was like, thanks. Finally, you believe I have a brain. I love Chris Mays. She is amazing. And people in Arizona love this woman. Like, we don't have, like, our state legislature are a bunch of MAGA weirdos, but I mean, no, not all of them, but the majority. But we have smart people in the state government who are fighting Trump like tooth and nail, and she is one of them. So be proud. And Kathy Hochul, this is the governor of New York, which actually, I don't think I have time to listen to this, but I've told you all about this. Like, Kathy Hochul is going after Trump, who's suing. New York is the reason Trump is a felon. He's very upset about it. So he's suing them in like a million different ways. And this is Kathy. Well, maybe I'll just start the show tomorrow with this because it is worth watching, but it's like 7 minutes. She's like, I'm just going to break down like Trump being a loser.
You know that paper is more sophisticated.
Thank you for subscribing, Heidi. I need 2 more subscriptions. And we made it to 700K. This is like the best day. But I want to end with Jasmine, and we don't have 7 minutes. So maybe I'll start with the governor of New York, who's very pissed at Trump. But I want to we have to let Jasmine speak,
I certainly hope so. I know that I'm not going to vote for their proposal for sure. Here's the thing. Our strength lies in standing together. And honestly, that is a message that not only applies to us that are sitting in the House, but that actually applies to Democrats across the board. The more that we can stand together, the stronger we are. Everyone knows united we stand, divided we fall. And so we were divided in the election. We can't allow them to divide us at this moment.
Paper is more sophisticated.
She's saying that she's setting the stage for the government. She's saying Democrats in the House are not going to help them rob Medicaid, that we're not going to help them rob SNAP money from children. We're not helping them rob from the poor to give billionaires tax cuts. That's what she's setting the stage for. She's like, hey, we are not giving them one vote in the House to rob the poor.
The headlines that keep saying the Democrats may shut the government down. This isn't up to the Democrats, right? We're not the ones that are going to shut the government down. The question is if we will do everything to keep the government open. But right now they have a Trump trifecta. So when and if the government shuts down, it is going to be on Trump and his minions. It is not going to be on us as Democrats, because we weren't elected to gut Social Security, to gut Medicaid and Medicare, to gut USAID, to gut any of these programs that they're going after. We didn't. That's not what we campaigned on. The headlines that keep.
Tell the people, Jasmine. I love that they created this rapid response team. She is the best communicator. Also a lawyer. Like, We are stacked in the House.
But the leader is absolutely correct. And I hate the headlines that keep saying the Democrats may shut the government down. This isn't up to the Democrats, right? We're not the ones that are going to shut the government down. The question is if we will do everything to keep the government open. But right now they have a Trump trifecta. So when and if the government shuts down, it is going to be on Trump and his minions. It is not going to be on us as Democrats, because we weren't elected to gut Social Security, to gut Medicaid and Medicare, to gut USAID, to gut any of these programs that they're going after. That's not what we campaigned on. So that's not what we gonna do. We'll let them do that by themselves.
All by themselves. You don't want to have voted for that. So they're trying to pressure Democrats and be like, they're trying to say on Fox, Democrats are shutting the government down. No, we're not going to be on record voting for you robbing the poor, you weirdos. Like, nice try, though. Like, if we were as dumb as you all are, maybe we'd fall for it. But we can read and do math, so thank you. Jasmine is the best communicator. The amount of lawyers we have in the House on our side, helps me sleep better at night. Like, we are doing an amazing job. Ari's rating me, and I'm pretty much ending the live. I have the funniest thing to show you. Oh, wait, no. I have something I need to show you. So one of my favorite fact checkers, like, you'd have to find the whole piece and you can Google it. He's like, the things Trump won't stop lying about or something. It's called like the top 13 things Trump has lied about in the first month of his presidency or something. Like, Trump is telling so many lies a day. But Daniel Dale from CNN, he's a really good fact checker. And he was on CNN and they're like, okay, you can't list all 13. You only have like a few minutes, but like, tell us what Trump's lying about, which I do love when he's like, oh yeah, Trump is lying about so many things. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Steph. Today's receipts are so inspiring. Love seeing my fellow Americans pissed off. Thanks, please. I know we need more of it and less of Trump lying to us. It's important for all of our continued survival. But these are like, this is Daniel Dale. He's part of the National Fact Checkers Association. So here are the lies he has time to list from Donald Trump.
Fact checker in chief Daniel Dale is with us. And Daniel, on CNN.com, you list what you call the 13 biggest lies of the first month. We can't do all 13, but what are some of the ones that jump out at you?
John, there were so many lies from the President of the United States in his first month that I had a hard time making that list of 13, which I think is bananas if you take a second to think about it. I did make a list, though, and I had it done. It was edited, and then the President dropped in probably the biggest lie of the whole month. You've been talking about it on your show this morning. Listen to what he said about the war in Ukraine.
I think I have the power to end this war, and I think it's going very well. But today I heard, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
Russia started the war in Ukraine. This is obvious. It barely needs a fact check. I think the brazenness of this claim, John, is an example of a president's willingness to lie about even obvious stuff. Some of the lies on my list are about complicated policy subjects like tariffs, but he's also lying about things we witnessed with our own eyes. I'll give you another representative example. It's an example of the president's years-old habit, something I call Trumpflation, and that is making his inaccurate stories more and more inaccurate over time. So listen to how the saga of the imaginary Gaza condoms evolved over the course of about a week.
DOJ and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza.
We identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. 50 million. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs. $50 million plus another $50 million for condoms for Hamas. Do you know about that? $100 million for condoms.
Did I not say he was lying more?
So we went from $50 million in condoms for Gaza to $50 million in condoms for Hamas to make bombs to $100 million in condoms for Hamas. None of this was true. The White House had no evidence whatsoever of any condom purchases for Gaza or for Hamas. So this was quite a tale. I'll give you a third example on my list. The president has been repeatedly deceptive about the subject of birthright citizenship, the constitutional right he's trying to end. And he keeps saying that the U.S. is the only country country in the world that offers birthright citizenship. In fact, that's not even close to true. There are dozens of countries that also grant automatic citizenship to people born on their soil, and you don't have to look far. The list includes Canada and Mexico. Now, you might say the president might be confused about this. Well, he's been making this same false claim, telling the same lie, since at least 2018. We've been fact-checking this for more than 6 years.
Repeating lies does not make them more true. Daniel Dale, with the facts.
Someone tell that to Trump, because I am 100% sure that that's how he has rose to power, by repeating the same lies intensely, and MAGA being dumb enough because they can't read to not just do simple Google searches and figure out they are lies. Yeah, we've been 7 years on the same lie. Literally 7 years on the same lie. Oh my God. Actually, I'm going to start with this Joy Reid thing tomorrow. But I have to show you something funny before we leave. I saw this on TikTok and it is so funny. You guys, this is Jimmy Kimmel did this. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's like, this is the funny. I'll end with this. I just have to end with something funny because we've seen some pretty heavy shit. But Jimmy Kimmel did this on his show over the weekend. It's like Trump China, like China, like Melania and Trump China, like, because Trump's always grifting people, not us, but grifting MAGA for the next weird thing. This is so funny.
Hello, everyone. I have something incredible to share today. We are announcing the launch of the Donald and Melania 20th Trumpiversary China Collection. This line of beautiful plates commemorate all of my and the third Mrs. Trump's most romantic moments. Our intimate dinners, strolls on the tarmac, super hot makeout sessions, and the hole on my golf course where I will eventually bury her. Like all of my products, this China is made in China by child laborers whose hands are even tinier and more supple than my own. And that's not all. The Trumpiversary collection features classified document placemats with real military secrets, a signature Eric Trump adult bib, a Pete Hegseth 64-ounce wine glass, the Marjorie Taylor Greene signature tablecloth with eye holes, and the Steve Bannon gravy bar. That's why they call him Sloppy Steve. What a mess he is. The Donald and Melania 20th Trumpiversary China Collection. Own it today for just 12 easy payments of $89.99, $99.99, $99. Available wherever dangerous lead products are sold.
Available wherever dangerous lead products. I can't. Sorry. And that gets me every time. I just happened to see that on TikTok and I was like, that is I know you can tell the difference between if the more you get to know me, when I think something is really funny, like I have two smiles. There's like the kind of that's funny, and then there's like the I can't control my facial muscles and it hurts. That is hilarious. Available on Temu. It absolutely. Did you see the one where it's like all of our hottest makeout sessions, and it's like her trying to dodge him kissing her on the cheek because he stinks. You guys, look it up. People are Republicans are talking about this on Capitol Hill blogs, how like they can't be around him because he smells so bad. Like pages on Capitol Hill are like, you just have to pretend you can't smell it. Like he smells like death. And I'm not saying this like out of nowhere. Like, yeah, he's like stench personified. Like, apparently, like people are just like holding their breath around him. Like, I can't live like this. So I get it. Melania is just fighting for her life. Like, how long can you hold your breath? Like, I get it. Like, the more I hear people talk about how he smells, the more I get what Melania is doing. Like, she's just like, I have to breathe soon and I have to get away from him. Anyways, thank you guys for an amazing Monday. I will see you guys tomorrow. We do the broadcast tomorrow with Dr. Danny and Potty Mouth Pollyanna, where we have a lot of stuff to talk about tomorrow. How Republicans are unaliving women and children in health deserts and things of that nature. Come back and see us 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Who should we raid? Is Pickles live? I know we should stop raiding Pickles, but I just do love him. It's a habit. I'm a creature of habit. What is a raid? It's just like after the live ends and we just go to another live and like hang out. Like we choose another creator who's live and then we go to their live and we're like, Felice says hi. And then we all hang out there. He just went off. Oh, bummer. I know. I'm going to do more debates with Pickles. I was debating with him on Friday. I miss hanging out with him. Sorry, I'm trying. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to see who is live. Ooh, Fax is live with Dougie. Do you guys want to raid Fax and Dougie? They're live. Fax is live with Doug. Tell him I said hi. And Fax is going on a college tour with his daughter. He leaves tomorrow. So say bye. Tell him Felice said, have a good time with your daughter touring colleges. Because I love Doug and I love Fax. They're getting along again. I don't even know what you're talking about. So don't ask me about TikTok gossip. I don't know. I love Doug and Fax. They're live together right now. So I assume they must be getting along right now. I didn't know they ever had a problem, but go check it out. Tell Steve I said hi and have a good college tour. Facts still matter. I'm talking about. Oh yeah, no, not Facts Matter 2023. I think that's done. Yeah, that's been done for a hot minute. But Steve, Facts Still Matter. They're alive together. Yeah, wrong facts. Sorry, that's some old gossip I actually do know about. See, that's how long it's been since I knew anything. Okay, let's raid Steve, and I'm going to go eat something before I pass out. Later, Gator.